Yes, I'm a new streamer, very not young. All right, guys, so I think that we've got everything set up now. How's my sound? Good? I'm actually using like a real mic instead of the shotgun on the camera. Uh, I can see why you cannot find a job in IT. Now, I really want to have everything sort of set up before I go live, but the second you click go, because there's certain things you can't test until it's actually live. Irritating. All right, yeah. So today we're basically going to try and look at some of these cookbooks, but I really just wanted to sort of hang out with you guys, so we can do really whatever you guys want to do. So I have just like a mountain of these stupid cookbooks, and sort of the idea is just to find the weirdest recipes that would make very interesting videos. So I have one recipe written down. It's written down behind the camera, and that's the recipe that I think is going to be the weirdest one. If we can beat it tonight, then I'll make a video about that instead. So that's sort of the goal for this evening, is to find a recipe stranger than that one, if that is actually possible. But before that, I thought that I would show you guys something interesting. I ordered this. I was just looking sort of for drinks, and this is like from a Ukrainian brewery, and they have this like sort of like special edition like growler. So it's like this giant mug type thing. It's got like Shevchenko, and then like a castle, the Opera Theater in Lviv, the Lavra in Kiev, like Volodymyr Mudry, Zoloty Vrota, something in Karpaty, I don't know. And then like all of the like grib, so like all of the like little emblems of all the oblasts in Ukraine. Like, isn't that super pretty? Hey dude, what's up with you? How are you spending your weekend? Well, I'm starting it with you guys, and I went through the painful process of delaying my first beer of the week until I was with y'all. So really awesome to be able to hang out with you guys. It's easy, just lift the camera's cover. Thank you, Jake. Moonshine, A Water of Life. You already found the weirdest. Yeah, that one. So this is actually an interesting book. I don't think it falls into the Soviet category. I think this is made in like 92. 2007. Holy shit, this book looks terrible. Oh, and there's also like a smashed bug in it. So that's the quality of the library we're working with here. So that's just kind of the first one that I thought would be interesting to look at. I also wanted to test the framing with a smaller book, because a lot of these are like way bigger. So just out of curiosity, where is everyone from? Cool bottle. Yeah, I know. This is damn cool, isn't it? If it doesn't make a super satisfying sound when I open it, I'm going to be so disappointed. It should make like a thunk, you know, like the grenade launcher sound in T2. I also hope it doesn't spill beer everywhere. C+. Got my handy dandy Czech beer mug here. So yeah, hey, cool bottle. Need to get a bottle like that. Hell yeah. So we have 2 liters of beer here. Ice cold. Oh. I'm not really sure what type of beer this is. I bought this more for the this like growler. I don't know what you would even call this in Ukrainian. A cremation urn or something? I think you could like bury a relative in that. Kiev, if you count the left bank as part of the city. Yes. North Carolina. Oh, cool. Excellent. Central Texas, watching from Kiev. Oh, that's 2 from Kiev so far. Recently, I bought Kvass Taras on our pan-European shop because you mentioned it. Kvass Taras is awesome. There's like Arsenivsky, Kvass Taras, Opilia, really good brands of kvass. Oh, holy shit. Woo! That tastes like barley wine or something. Ternovia Polya. I don't know what this is. Bez pasterovania. So it's unpasteurized, a light live beer. Okay, so this is 8% alcohol. Okay. Cool. Some little gadgets. Watching from Kiev as well. We're in Finland doing bathing with the kiddo. Okay. Johnny! Oh, by the way, guys, if you saw the Australian food review, so we have Bacon Brew in chat. This is Johnny. Is there a way to, like, highlight someone in this chat? No. At Bacon. Okay, so that is Johnny from the video. Jacob from Durham. I think I know that guy. I think we spent some time together in college. Hanover, Germany. Ah, yes. I remember you as well. Natalie. Hello from Piana Vishnya. Oh, by the way, got a bottle of Piana Vishnya right here. So I've got some Ukrainian spirits in the background. If the video goes long, we'll drink some of those. Just going to be hanging out, looking at some of this other stuff. Having a beer. Let's go. Yes, let's do it. All right, so happy Friday, everyone, wherever you are. 12 p.m. Yeah, it is a little odd to have a stream, I guess, on a Friday because the time differences are so weird. I think that I want to try and have a little bit more streaming stuff because I really like sort of like the engagement. Johnny here, Hockey from the Purple Kitchen this time. Yeah, so I really like the engagement with you guys. Things get really lost in the comments. Like, some of the videos just get so many comments, and, like, the YouTube sort of, like, creator studio is really bad for, like, sorting messages, so a lot of stuff gets lost. So if you've written comments and I haven't replied, sorry, but it's sort of a mess searching through, like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages. Oh, that's like an old school beer. I don't know if we'll be able to do this all night long. Yes. Ternovia means blackthorn. Ah, green spices. Yeah, it does feel like there's like some herbal element to it. It feels like a barley wine. It tastes like barley wine. Yes, Johnny's going to drink for you, Jake. Mississippi. Where in Mississippi? Hello, neighbor from Wolfsburg. I also don't know if like having a specific theme for each stream is like a good idea, just because I know that I'm going to get like crazy off topic on like every stream, especially if I bring like guests in. So I'd like to have like people from previous streams come in, people from videos, maybe like experts on certain topics, maybe linguists, chefs, brewers, distillers, that sort of thing. So want to have just sort of like a universal meet and greet type chat thing. So that's sort of what I'm thinking. Like the next topic that I'd probably like to review might be like languages. I really like linguistics, so I think that that would be cool. Cars in the WOB platforms are from Biloxi. Oh yeah, the Gulf Coast. It's actually a pretty coast. Okay, yeah. So this is the first book that I sort of picked out just to like sort of give us an idea of what we're going to be looking at. Soviet cookbooks are like really, really weird. And also like this is why I love the used ones. There's like notes from loved ones and a lot of them have been like scrawled out. I don't know what kind of loved one would give you like a moonshine book. Like this is moonshine. So it's like Samochon Zhivaya Voda. So it's like the water of life or living water. Moonshine. But we'll get like a more stereotypical one. With like this, so like молочная pysha, so it's like dairy dishes, and this one feels more like a stereotypical sort of Soviet cookbook, and like this is why I really enjoy the books is because of these like illustrations. They're just so nuts, and there's so many of them everywhere. And then if you see like little like tags or like remnants of post-it notes, it's because I've made a note and kept it in here for when I've been like researching a recipe or certain things like that. And like if you've never seen a Soviet cookbook, which I hope is most of you, because they're usually not very good, there's just like tons and tons of recipes. I think that they went for like volume instead of like any rationale, and like they just cram every page with as many recipes as possible. Just like every book has like 800, 900 recipes in it. That's like almost nauseating. Wobble, wobble, wob, wob. Is that like a Rick and Morty thing? Tucson, Arizona, checking in for class. Oh, what time is it in Tucson? That's got to be a little bit earlier. A moonshine book is essential for survival in today's world. I treasure that gift. Yeah, it does feel like moonshine would make things would help things a little bit. And I've actually been experimenting with moonshine. So I've been doing some, like, not the distilling process. I've sort of just acquired, like, almost pure spirits. And then been creating tinctures. So now I'm making with cherries, with garlic as a sort of an experiment, with pine cones. I plan on, like, as different fruits and things come into season, that's really what I want to do with spirits as well. That looks like my Soviet Russian language textbook, Russian language for everyone. Yes. Got scribbles all over. It's like a core memory for post-Soviet people. Yeah, I guess, like, in the States it would be similar, except it would be, like, penises drawn all over it. I haven't seen any dicks drawn inside of these books, but I guess that, you know, like, little kids don't get their hands on cookbooks too often, or teenagers. I'm going to turn on a fan. If it's too loud, let me know. Quantity over quality. Yes, exactly. All right. So, have a little beverage. So, we're going to start with Molochnaya Pisha. Pisha sounds, it's just so funny, because it's not like yizha, it's pisha, so it's more like sustenance. But yeah, so, like, every chapter has, like, different sections. This is actually, like, a really well-preserved book. I'm going to move this a little bit. If you guys have any questions in general, let me know. I feel like a substitute teacher that's, like, going to stick to the lesson plan, but really welcome distractions. So anything you guys want to talk about, I'm down for. So yeah, like, it says, like, milk, молоко. So it's just, like, general, like, things that are just... A lot of it's bullshit, too. Like, they'd say, you know, like, oh, the vast plenty of the Soviet, you know, sphere of the proletariat filled to the brim with all of the vitamins and minerals necessary. Collectivization is a thing of the past. Oh my god. So they have, like, bulls, camels, zebu. I don't know what a zebu is. Maybe like a bison, a yak, a sheep. So it's like the different milk-creating creatures. It's just really bizarre. Like these little, like, poor kids got, like, the shittiest haircut. Find a recipe for Soviet Baja Blast, please. Yes. Soviet Baja Blast sounds like something you would not want to receive while in prison. Гордость молочный завод. So it's like the pride of the milk factory. God, these books are just so insane. But, like, the dishes are the like, nightmarish part. Like, it's the same as if, you know, like, the cookbooks in the United States. I guess it's probably the same in, like, Great Britain and things as well. Like, a lot of aspic, a lot of really gross, weird dishes where lots of mayonnaises and odd fish and things suspended in gelatin. Молочная каша. Like, doesn't that just whet your appetite? It's like cattle feed. It's like the after picture. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Kulesh, kasha pshenichna молочная, kasha яловичная. Ugh, God. It's like almost nauseating. So, like the milk book, this is actually a really well put together one. Holy shit. How do you have something this out of focus? Like, this looks like a villain in a video game. Like, what is that? It's like a mound of... It's like shrimp sticking out of it? I don't even... Like, Spam? What could that even be? Oh, God, what is that? Cream vanilla. So that's not vanilla cream. Cream caramel. That's not a cream thing. It's like a mound of, like, Jell-O or something. And it's out of focus, too. God, gross. Aspic 70s. Already chewed. Yes. That's pre-chewed so that you don't have to. It's actually someone's job at the milk factory to chew for you. Tortillas mороженое. So this is an ice cream cake, Soviet style. Yum, yum. No more Fudgy the Whale. Americans had the same haircuts in the 70s. Those kids look like me and a fellow Gen Xers in the 70s. Yes, I would say that the hair in the 70s in the Soviet Union was probably a little smaller. The states went way bigger. And then, like, it felt like the sort of style was sort of 10 years behind until, like, the mid-90s. Sir, there are children here. Sir, this is People's Wendy's. A baked head crab! Yes! That is exactly what this looks like. It looks like a baked head crab. There you go. You're the winner. Who wrote that? Yelster. There we go. That is a baked head crab. I wish that there was a souffle vanilla. Okay, so this is a vanilla souffle. Guys, does anything about this look like a souffle to you? No. That is not a souffle. Nowhere on earth is that a souffle. Do Americans make their canned cabbage more like sauerkraut, or is it kvašna kapusta, or more similar to their palate if it's in taste only? So, like, Americans would definitely recognize a sauerkraut. Like, American-style, like, fermented cabbage is almost entirely sauerkraut. Like, the sort of Slavic style is a little bit more crispy, and it's a little sharper. And we're used to more like a softer, mushier, more sour sauerkraut. So, like, any Americans here, you can, you know, confirm or deny what I'm saying, but a lot of it is more like the Germanic style. So, souffle vanilla, I mean, I don't know where this would even be. So, this is all like creme. Okay, so we can try and find the souffle. I'll write it down. Крем шоколадне, крем молочный завор на лимоне, крем молочный, крем брюле. Okay. Souffle шоколадне. Okay, so there's a souffle шоколадне. Okay. So here is the souffle vanilla со сливками или молоком. So this is like souffle, vanilla souffle with either milk or cream. So I guess you put it in this like bin, and then you suspend it upside down in a bucket of ice, and then you embed shrimp into it. What were those things in the bottom? Чаевая ложка сливочного масла, ванили по вкусу, 4 яйца, столовая ложка сахарной песку. What is he? It doesn't say what's in the bottom of it. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note of this so I don't want to get stuck here. Ah! Elbow. So, we'll make a note of this one. This one's pretty weird, but I still think the one that I wrote down earlier is weirder. So we'll give this one a save for later. Disgusting. It looks like a Pibble. Pibble. It's owned by the Soviet kindergarten cooking ladies. Pibble? National dish of every post-Soviet republic challenge. Actually, yes. So that is something that I'm actually currently working on. It's not just like a singular dish, but I'm building sort of like a general intro course to the food of the Soviet republics. So a lot of people think of the Soviet Union as sort of like a monolith, like there's just a singular entity. But in reality, there are 14 nations and then 5 specific regions. So you have like Baltic, Slavic, Moldovan, Caucasian, Central Asian, and they all have wildly different cuisines. So I think that it would be really cool to give people an idea of like what that sort of cuisine would be like. And each sort of region seems to have like a national leader in terms of the cuisine. Like the best Baltic cuisine is Lithuanian, the best Slavic is Ukrainian, the best Caucasian is Georgian. All kinds of shit. Every afternoon, ladies went home and get bags full of goodies. Yep. Have you found a recipe that was surprising to you? Not necessarily gross, but atypical for a Soviet recipe. Well, I'm not intimately familiar with all the stuff that's like pretty standard here. A lot of this stuff is weird because all of it is very foreign. I think that even if I was looking at sort of like U.S. cookbooks, this would be weird because these are like 70 years old, something like that. Even some are older. Depending on like what year they're published. So we're really digging through time. I'm sorry, but with shrimp, yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what it looks like, fingers or shrimp or something. Now haircuts are crazy too. Teenagers look like alpacas. Yes, the like broccoli haircut. So I have naturally super curly hair. And my hair was always a mess when I was in school because, like, when I was a kid, it was like the parted in the middle thing. And, like, having super limp hair was cool. So, like, in elementary and middle school, it was, like, parted in the middle. And then when I got to high school, like, the duck tail thing, like the mash to your head and then the duck flip thing up was cool. And I couldn't do either of those. I had really curly hair. So now my hair's actually in style, but I'm too old to do anything with it. So brown and beige, like the consistency is bland across both buildings and food when it comes. Yes. Nothing has color. Everything within the Soviet realm is sort of like a colorless blob. It's really depressing, especially in winter. Do they have a number of copies in them? Diraj, like how many is interesting to see which one is the rarest one? Oh, I don't think that... I think that some of these are quite rare. So like some of them are like... I have a bunch of them up top. You know, like, this is not rare. This is, like, junk. You could get this, like, anywhere. But, like, this, I would say, is quite rare. So, like, some of these, like, Ukrainian, like, bakery books. So, like, these are kind of rare. Especially, I try and collect them in, like, better condition. And I really, really, really try to take care of them. So this is in Ukrainian language, so which was sort of atypical for a Soviet book. But like the pictures in this one are actually like quite pretty, especially when compared to a lot of the other stuff from the period. Like this actually looks quite modern. So I know that this book is quite rare, and this author is sort of like desired. I think I have like 3 or 4 of her books. But look, this stuff looks like kind of timeless. Like this still looks quite good. So the fact that it's pleasant maybe makes it less entertaining for a stream, but these are the more rare ones. So I have like another book of hers. So this is like, you know, like, so like to the holiday table. So like for the holiday table. So this is like a holiday dishes and things like that. So it's also sort of like similar. All these, and like this photography is just so much more well executed. A lot of the Soviet stuff is really grim looking. I think it's just kind of washed out by time. God, and like the ingredients list and stuff like this, and the organization of this book is really well done. It's kind of atypical. What year is this? Oh, and then see again, like someone wrote some message in there. 1977. Happy birthday, Angela. Happy birthday, some other person I can't read. День народження, дорогая Лена, буд не чередливо. I can't read that. Всю жизнь. I can't see that. Read it. Whatever. But yeah, like, these little things are really interesting. So this book's from 73, but it's signed in 77. And then sometimes you'll also find, like, little notes and clippings and stuff inside of the books, and that's what's super cool. So you'll see, like, things that people have written down in the books. Sometimes you'll find, like, rubles, things like that. Because people hide stuff inside of books because thieves can't read. Everyone knows that. So these books are a little bit more on the rare side. The ones that are, like, here. Especially this one. This one's very rare. And this is the only copy I've ever seen of it. And this is sort of like the Soviet cooking Bible. It's like a unified theory of everything. Do you have official recipe book for all Soviet restaurants, canteens, hotels? It's brilliant. So I have like this one is for sort of like service. This one is for like the front of the house. So this is like how to sort of like conduct a banquet and things like that. So these are these types of books. I have like a lot of them. I have ones for like housewives, I have ones for business owners, I have ones for diplomats, you know, different things like that. So this is how to set up a restaurant. So like, it's very, very formalized, so it's all the way from like stolivaya, so like a cafeteria or a canteen, all the way up to like a more elite thing. Because during the Soviet period, restaurants were very rare, super rare. They were more for like politicians or traveling like emissaries and things. All Soviet books that I've seen had the exact same number of copies printed on the last page. On the last page. Like in the back of the book? Zakaz? So maybe that. It's like zakaz, like order. So this says 2,835. I don't know what that means. Oh, tirage. So this is 300,000. So there are 300,000 of these. So I guess not super rare. That is cool. I did not know that. Who wrote that? The Soviet books. Yes. Mira. Very well done. From Auf Deutschland. The bakery book was my favorite when I was little. I made some recipes. Oh, and Nat, I believe that you're a very good baker. Yeah, in every Ukrainian SSR, there was like 3 or 4 people. The books are, yeah, it depends on. Yeah, so even when I came to Ukraine, especially in Kiev, like almost everyone was speaking Russian. Like if you spoke Ukrainian, people kind of thought that you were like a villager or a peasant or from the West, like from Lviv or Ternopil or Ivano-Frankivsk. But now, I would say it's more like 60-40. Like more people speaking Ukrainian now. And I made the switch, so I only speak Ukrainian at this point. I started putting my garden cherry tomatoes in pickle brine just to try it, and yeah, it works. I'm going to try green tomatoes next. Yeah, so the green ones you need to sort of more aggressively ferment than a cherry tomato, because the cherry tomatoes has sort of like a natural sweetness that sort of allows for less aggressive fermentation or pickling. But the green ones are really bitter. They're really hard. If you don't ferment it aggressively, it'll taste like a doorstop or like a rotten circus peanut. Yeah, it's very common to hide paper money in books too. Yeah. I haven't found any money worth a shit in any of these, but I have found some notes, things like that. A lot of clippings from magazines and stuff. No treasure, no official documents, no deed to a mansion somewhere. Yo, I'm a bit late. No, I'd say you're right on time. I don't really have any time limits on this. So we found one weird recipe in this milk book. So I think we're already coming out ahead. It's like a homemade ice cream. I want to make like a Soviet ice cream video as well, just because like the plumbir. For those who don't know, plumbir is sort of like the standardized ice cream in the Soviet sphere, and it's amazing. So like an omelet. Oh god, that looks so grim. What the hell is this? Sparja. Запечены с яйцем в сметане. So it's like asparagus baked with eggs in sour cream. What? Like, okay? Look at that. It's disgusting. Jesus Christ. God. And it's like white asparagus too. White asparagus baked with eggs in sour cream. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So also looking for more struggle food. I also want to do a video on sandwiches. Because a lot of the sandwiches from this sort of area of Earth are awful. I think that, not to sort of sound conceited, but I think that Americans have sort of the best grasp on how to make an amazing sandwich. I think that we really do sandwiches incredibly well. I think that maybe like the Italians are the only ones close to like better sandwiches, which is funny because I think like the best sandwich on earth is banh mi. So I think that the Vietnamese sandwich banh mi, it's like a Vietnamese French fusion, is the best sandwich on earth. But yeah, dish is called plum beer. Looks inside, no plum, no beer. Oh, so I got distracted. The ice cream, plum beer. So they have like a cream ice cream. But when I came here, all of the white ice cream in America, we call it vanilla. We don't have like a cream ice cream. We call it all vanilla. So when I would want white ice cream, I called it vanilla. And they were just like, no, we don't have vanilla ice cream. I was like, I'm looking right at it. Like, I want that one. And they're like, huh? So if you come here, it's not a vanilla ice cream. They don't have vanilla ice cream here. It's called plombier. It's a cream. Regarding that souffle, I think the things they displayed beside it are biscuit pastry. I don't know what it is. Like the illustration was like zoomed in artificially or something, and everything's out of focus, so I can't really see what it is. It looks terrible. It looks like fingers, like skinless fingers. Looks like a replacement for a fish dish. I've seen something before that with asparagus. Oh god, don't drag the French into this. Asparagus omelets are a totally Italian thing. My grandmother made them all the time. Do they like cut the asparagus up? Because those look quite whole. It looked like an omelet and then like just like rails of asparagus inside it. Just like grim. Okay, so I think that these are probably going to be like too good to review. So like The Secrets of a Generous Table. Like this is another one from that same author. Just like really, really cool stuff. I wonder what year this is from. 76. So not ancient. But yeah, again, the same author. These pictures actually look quite like appetizing. I love like the little like lace panties on this chicken. Who's that for? Some pervert. Okay. Национальная кухня наших народов. So this is probably going to be like all of the different Soviet republics and their food. I don't see any pictures. Русская кухня. Okay. So it's not in alphabetical order. Горячие супы. Yep, no pictures. So this is just going to be one of like the collection of all the republics of the Soviet period, put into a single cookbook. And then again, you can see sort of how dense it is with recipes. Like all of these green lines, they're like separate recipes. So there's like, I don't know, like 8 on each page. How can you cook this with so little information? Like when I try and duplicate some of the Soviet recipes, they just skip so many things that it just almost becomes incomprehensible. And they're not very like exacting in their verbiage on like how to cut things or where to cook them. So like there's like dice, mince, chop, rough cut, slice, whatever, quarter. But in there it's just like порезать. There could be like rubit, like to grind it or like cut it very finely, but in general it's not really well done. True Soviet sandwich, sprats on rye bread under melted cheese with a slice of lemon on top. Yeah, that's one. I think that the most common like Soviet sandwich would be just a slice of bread, doktorskaya колбаска, so it's like a thick slice of bologna and then a slice of like really shitty cheese. Zizzo! Ah, Zizzo! Thank you for joining. An Italian has joined. Did you make the comment about the asparagus? Zizzo, have you ever had asparagus in eggs? Read the comment above yours if you can see it. Banh mi is awesome. Yes, absolutely. I adore banh mi. The best sandwich on earth. Definitely on average, Americans do them better. Sandwiches are sort of like looked at something you eat quickly. Yes. Europe looks at sandwiches as sort of like a snack for a kid. Not really like a full meal. Not really something that you would like put expression into or thought. I don't know. Which ice cream is your favorite? I like plombier. I really think the plombier is like the best because it's just really simple. Like cream, sugar, a little bit of rock salt, and then like turn it into ice cream. Cuban sandwiches are also amazing. One of my favorite sandwich joints back in Australia was the Hentley Beach in Adelaide. Yes. So Cubanos are absolutely amazing. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Chef. The one with, God, what's his name? He directed Iron Man. Oh, I think you know who I'm talking about. God, what is his name? Does anyone remember his name? Oh yes, my default way of eating asparagus is with fried eggs or similar. Ooh, grim. Do you eat it with sour cream as well? Jon Favreau, that's the guy's name. So Jon Favreau, and then he makes a food truck and they serve Cubanos, so like the Cuban sandwich. Oh God, and I made Cubanos, and they are such an incredible thing. I love a good Cubano. Soviets went very crazy over ice cream in the early Soviet periods. Apparently one of the goals of was to reach the U.S. levels of ice cream production. I think that, like, in general, American desserts are awful. Like, we do really poor level of sweets. Our chocolate is rubbish. The more, like, sort of artistic bakery style sweets are really amazing, but you have to go to sort of like a hipster type place to get it. But like when you're a little kid, you're probably not eating anything amazing. Yes, the spears are usually cut up, overcooked until soft so the texture matches the egg. That is insane. That is wild. During the Soviets, the 80s, so severe shortages, TV cook shows, newspapers practice extreme resourcefulness. The resources never appeared in cookbooks. Cool source discover cutlets of macaroni. Yeah, so like the struggle food video that I made with Lyosha, like I'm kind of trying to find things that wouldn't even be in a cookbook. But in like this big book, there's really interesting stuff in there. John Favreau, yes. Default way of eating asparagus, that's crazy. Butterbrot is likely the most popular, straight up bread, butter, sometimes margarine. Yeah, bread, butter, like this like really terrible cheese, and then like some like mortadello or something like that. To eat on the run at school. Yeah, a lot of Europeans see a sandwich as something to, like street food or something, like a food of convenience rather than, you know, some sort of artistic expression. Americans eat sandwich for every meal. Nearly. Usually it's, I don't know. What's the most stereotypical American food that would be on a sandwich? French fries? Slice of bâton and slice of bologna. Yeah. Yeah, so bibo? So yeah, key lime pie. Yeah, America has like certain like regional dishes or things that are really amazing. But like, if you look at the global trend in America of like mass market produced desserts, they're really sort of grim. They're very saccharine. There's a lot of like chemicals and synthetic things in it. It's just like gross. Chicken nuggets. Yeah, chicken nuggets. Super American. Coconut cream pie. Cold cuts. So is anyone else drinking? Is it just me? So this is like the school, like Pitanya is like feeding food for the school kid. So this is probably going to be like school lunch, like school cafeteria lunches and stuff like that. Oh my god, look how cute these little kids are. This is something that, like, as an American, I never really was able to wrap my head around. Like, reading Dickens and that sort of thing, like, I don't understand how anyone could have, like, a single soft-boiled egg in, like, this little cup and then just be, like, fine for breakfast. Like, I think I would rather eat nothing than have just, like, a single egg in a, like, Gulf tea. But, yeah. Oh, my God, this book is so adorable. So there's, like, one kid is, like, active and sporty, and the other one's lazy. So nothing has changed in years and years and years. And this little fat kid that they're shaming, he looks like the good soldier Schweik from like the Czech stories. I love they're dressed like pioneri, like little kid soldiers or something. God, this book is actually like super beautiful. I don't know if you guys can see, but like it's like proper etiquette for like how to eat out of a dish and things like that. Oh, that's really cute. The artwork in here is really incredible. This is a story. They actually have like stories in here so that like you could read it to a kid. Контрольная работа. Мама любила что-то обедать все вместе тогда. А стол накрывался совсем странным. So Mama liked when we all ate together and the table was covered with whatever the fuck they're eating. I don't know if... Can I say the F word on stream? Беседа. Беседа. So there's like котлеты. They're like learning how to cook. This is actually a super cool book. I wonder if there's like a... Напитки. Little drinks. I bet there's something insane in here. Because little kids have like the weirdest palate. like this. It's like deviled eggs on top of a mountain of aspic, and then like pickled tomatoes, and then like a cat's paw print of like pomegranate seeds or something. I don't even know what the hell that is. Салат из помидора, салат из свежих огурцов, салат из свежих капусте. Like, I don't see what this specific thing is. Salati vinaigrette. Like, I'm on the hunt for a sandwich, because I want to make a video about how Soviet sandwiches are just the worst. Just the worst. Картофель. Картофель тушеный с луком. Тушит. Tушit is like to stew. So like stewed potatoes with onion. Like the artwork in here is just really neat, and it's very like directed towards little kids. So like if I was a wee lad again, God, again, I'm seeing this dish like again, this like mountain of something with little tomatoes around it. Like this is really well done. A bouquet de sviatoluk. It's like the history of the onion, I suppose. Sauce smetana. So it's like how to make like little sauces and things from general like ingredients that you have. So it's like smetana, so sour cream, bouillon, so like a bouillon, flour, tomato puree. So this looks like a French onion dip. So like these recipes look like some sort of like dip that you would make. This book is actually really well done. This is really well done. I've actually not looked inside this book before. And, yep, the first time a little kid drew inside it. It's exactly the cookbook that would have, like, graffiti in it. Adorable. So it's, like, from the Science Institute. Знаете, надо трое. Okay, whatever. 1961. All right. And then I'll take his advice. I forgot who said it. We'll see how many of these were released. It's probably a ton. This looks like a book that would be made 100 million copies of. Yes, so there are 400,000 copies of this book, so it is not incredibly rare. I wonder how many of them still exist. And this is actually super good quality. It's a really good book. If I was a little kid, this would be like such an awesome little read. You know. It's full of diagrams and stuff. Like, a little kid's not ever going to have access to that machine, but it's probably like, whoever's running the school cafeteria and things like that. Oh my god. It's a full menu for a little kid. Сосиски с картофелем пюре. Кофе с молоком. Would you give little kids coffee? Would the Soviets give kids coffee? Coffee with milk. That's weird. I don't know, maybe it's... Did anyone else have coffee when you were a little kid? That was like a strict no-no thing for me. Okay. Also, sandwiches have no top bread. So, Dennis, yeah, we would call that an open-face sandwich. So if there's no top bread on the sandwich, it's called an open-faced sandwich. For us. For you guys, it's just like butterbrot, whatever. BLTs. Bibo. Yes, a great BLT, if you have amazing tomatoes, is a life-changing sandwich. BLTs are just absolutely incredible. Yeah, one of the best uses of tomatoes. You preempted me. Cheesecake, fantastic. I'm sleep-deprived, not drunk. Sleep deprivation is actually worse than being drunk. 8% Anchor beer. Are you drink? Is it Anchor Steam Porter? Which type of Anchor beer? Rocky Road, root beer float. Actually, whoever WB50, Johnny, are you still with us? The resident Aussie. So when we did the video, we mentioned Rocky Road, and it seems that Rocky Road was invented in Australia. So that was something that I learned from the comments, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to repeat it. I just saw this meme. Women aren't learning to cook their grandmother's family's recipes. Sir, my grandmother 9 different ways to serve cold shrimp and unflavored jello. Yeah, my grandma was actually a super great cook, a really good cook, an amazing baker. Nothing really like over the top or incredibly unique, but everything that she did was quite good. Her family was Welsh, so it wasn't like anything super specific. I can't even think of a Welsh dish that she made, but a very good cook. And it wasn't until I was older that, Mom, I'm sorry, I learned that my mom's cooking was not good. So, but my mom does have some bangers. She does have some really good dishes. But in general, I wouldn't call her a cook. I'm drinking Liquid Silk New England IPA from Shaw. Oh, God, Shaw. So if you don't know, there's a brewery in Ukraine called Shaw. And they make... I'm actually going to look at this a little bit more when we're not on stream, because I want to give more attention to it. But Shaw is a brewery in Ukraine. They're based in Odessa, and they make incredible, incredible, incredible beer. But all of their beers are like really insane. Really insane. So that's an awesome beer. Self-made dried chicken tenders soaking in soy sauce. Nice. Drinking Zhuvchik. You guys are kind of Steve to paint miniatures. Who's painting miniatures? Are you doing like 40K? 4,000K? What is your class? What do they call it? The groups? Army? Do you like Mexican desserts? I think that the king of Mexican desserts is flan. So if you don't know what flan is like such an incredible dairy-based dessert. It's like a thick custard. It's really incredible. It's got like a nutty vanilla sort of flavor to it, almost caramel. Super amazing. Flan is great. Mexico just does food right. Like there's I can't think of very many dishes that Mexico doesn't just knock out of the park. And plus, I love Mexico. Poor kids on Pics, they're forced to smile. Yeah, it's really weird that in a lot of these Soviet books, everyone's smiling, but like anywhere in like the post-Soviet sphere, if you smile at a stranger, they think you're like a criminal or like mentally ill. Like there's no way around it. Hello from upstate New York. Hello, James. How upstate? Are you in Buffalo? That's coffee from chicory or barley base, just to name. Ah, okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Rocky Road root beer float sounds bloody great. That does actually sound amazing. I would pour like a little bit of Bailey's on top too. Why not? Insulted your own mother while hiding inside the TV. She has a link to the stream. She might be in here. No, it's too early. But yeah, my mom's aware. I tell her to her face. One of the worst things that she ever made was this casserole we called it Tuna Surprise because it didn't have a name. And it was grim. Really grim. Painting 40K space elves. Yes. So I'm vaguely aware of the 40K sort of like lore, the world around 40K. It's pretty fascinating. I think that I am the most curious with the Eldar? Is that the one? The ones that have like the psychic powers? I think that they're pretty neat. And then like the immortal robots, they're also cool. So this next book is, you can't really see it, but it says like Ukrainsky stravy. So this is in Ukrainian, so stravy is a Ukrainian word. So this is again another, this one feels really like weak. Oh no, I've used this book before. And this one actually has like, look at this paper. It's like quarter ply toilet paper. And like the recipe's like written by a ghost. I can't even see it. Like, this is the stuff that I think is worth more than like the cookbook itself. Just finding this stuff. Like this stuff is like pretty interesting, pretty fascinating. But I have used this book before. There's not anything like really bizarre or interesting here. It's like cooking techniques and stuff. It's not weird enough to look at, and it's also not good enough to look at. But it's one of the old, like worst condition books that I have. But I don't believe that it's that old. I think it's just in poor condition. Yeah, 1964 from Kiev. Look at that. All those Ukrainians sitting around a table with a television. Look at that. 1964, a television. Propaganda. Never happened. Ah! But look. Ah! This book is like falling apart. I'm trying to be really gentle. There's Bogdan Khmelnytsky right there. Kind of funny. Cute. So yeah, the Book of Ukrainian Dishes. I feel like this needs to be rebound or something. Morkva. Okay. So that's an interesting one. I think we need something more like visual. Again, another one of the bakery books. I believe it's from that same lady. Yep, Daria. Printed in Lviv. Yeah, again, like, all of the pictures here, they're just, like, so much more appetizing. And they're actually staged. So there's, like, some element of personality. It feels more alive. So I think that's why these books are a little bit more desired. So you'll see, like, the skatert, so, like, the vishivanka, like, the embroidered tablecloth. Like, that's not... Is this like a giant pampushki, maybe? But yeah, like... Oh... Just love the smell of old books. So this is like mock. So it's like a poppy seed, like roll bun that's rolled. Big ass. It looks like a muffin, but I think it's more like a pasca or something. Yeah, super pretty artwork in these books. I think that if I did like a baked goods things, I would look through her books because there's really a lot of like beautiful artwork there. I'm drinking Koche and rum now. What is so Zazum? What is Koche? COCE? Or is it just Coke and rum and I'm a moron? Probably just Coke and rum. I'm a dumbass. Sorry. Pecans. Ithaca, New York, yes. Well, it's a cool place. Verhoeven's family. It's true, I remember that like a couple dozen different occasions my mom told me to avoid random smiling because he would be a weirdo or a drug addict. Yeah, so when I first moved to sort of the post-Soviet sphere, I moved to Georgia. So I was in Georgia, and when I would be walking through the streets, I would smile at people. Just because like in the south of the US, like it's super common to like greet people with a smile. And it wasn't even like a toothy like, huh! It was just like a, you know, like, hey, I'm not crazy. But the people I was with were like, stop doing that. Like, you're creeping people out. And I was like, oh, Jesus. And I think that my mentality has changed so much that when I go back to the States now, I remember like the last time I was there, a guy was walking towards me and he smiled at me, and I immediately put my hands on my wallet and my phone. Because I thought that he was either trying to distract me from someone coming behind us to rob me, or he was going to approach and ask for money or something like that. So like that's how my sort of mentality has changed just by living here. Smiling is not a thing. If you smiled at someone on the metro here, they would think that you were like criminally insane. You inspired me to get into pickling. I've done multiple sauerkrauts, pickles, garlic, tomatoes. Thanks for suffering through. Pickled fruits, I'll pass on those. Some of the pickled fruits, yeah, I can't think of any fruits that like are great pickled, except a tomato. But yes, who wrote that? Jeffrey. That is amazing. I really love getting this feedback because my food videos tend to perform the worst. They're like the lowest rated ones, sadly. But I really want people to sort of pick up on some of these like old skills. The video that I'm going to release tomorrow, I'm not releasing a video today, I'm releasing it tomorrow. It's basically finished, is on beekeeping. So for those who don't know, Ukraine is Europe's largest honey producer and the 4th or 5th largest in the world. And that's why like honey cakes and different things like that are super popular in the Slavic world. So I went to a hive, like a large collection of hives, and sort of film the process of like what beekeeping is all about. So those are the types of things that I like to do, like sort of like capture the cultural elements and things and share like old methodologies. But people just seem to like watching me eat canned foods and gross stuff more. So thank you, Jeff, or Jeffrey, if you prefer. That means a lot. I grew up in a family with amazing Italian cooks. When I went over to my friend's house and had tuna surprise, damn, I thought it was high culture. It is really funny, like, having, like, good Italian food is so simple. Like, a good Italian food, like, pasta dish can have, like, 4 ingredients. You know, it's, like, really, really, really basic. But it can be, like, kind of life-changing. Okay, so we'll use the smaller version of this. I don't want to break this. But this book, so, like, this is, like, the Soviet cookbook Bible. And you can see all the, like, little tabs and notes and stuff that I've taken out of this book. But it is packed to the gills with, like, the most bananas stuff. So this is, like, sturgeon. And this is, like, a crab, like, volivania. It looks like some sort of pastry with caviar and crab. Volivania. Some baked good. Like, oh, I really don't want to damage this book holding it up like this. But, like, all of it is just, like, crazy. Like, butchery instructions and things like that. This is, like, the literal Soviet culinary Bible. Like, I've never seen a more comprehensive book than this. And just, like, all of this really weird stuff. Like, sudak fri, so, like, fried sturgeon. Solyanka na skовородке с ostrinyoy? I don't know. Ostrinyoy? I don't know what that is. Solyanka. So it's like a soup dish. But, like, all of these just, like, so beautiful. I'm really trying. The spine is broken on the book, too. Like, different types of mushrooms. It's literally everything. So when I'm researching sort of, like, old Soviet recipes and things, this is the book that I turn to almost exclusively because it has everything in it. And this is from 1952, I believe. So this is one of the oldest and one of the most comprehensive books on cuisine from the Soviet period. I don't think a lot of it's super accurate, but I'm trying my best to keep this in really good condition. I bought this 10 years ago, like when I first came. And this book was 50 rubles. 50 rubles in 1952. Like, 50 rubles in 1952 was a, like, criminal amount of money. Like, an insane amount of money. Like, really, really. Like, this book, this super cool kids book, 1 ruble. 1 ruble. This is also, like, really high quality. Like, we looked at this already. It's a gorgeous little book. It's beautiful, incredible. Really high quality. This one, 50 times the price. Insane. Insane. Probably like a couple months' salary or something like that. What is... I have a bottle of Soviet vodka. How many bottles of Soviet vodka is this? Oh my god, this was 9 rubles. I thought the vodka was like 6. But this is probably from like the 80s or something. Yeah, this is from 1980. So we're looking at, 30 years of inflation in a dead currency. What the hell am I doing? Be right back. Gotta feed the kitties. Hell yeah. Nobody looks at TV. It's impossible. Oh, God, I lost the chat. I have this book issued in 1957. Hi from Zaporizhia. I also love to go through old books. Zaporizhia. I actually really like Zaporizhia. I don't want to sort of like oversell it. But I liked it more than I thought I would. And especially when I compared it to Dnipro. I was kind of disappointed with Dnipro. And Zaporizhia is cooler. Like, in general, like, it's kind of gross because it's super industrial. But what is the name of that island where all the Cossacks live? Like, Hortin? Something like that. That area is so pretty. Do you happen to own a staple? Do you happen to own a staple of the Soviet cuisines? Yes. So, who asked that? Alert UA, yes. So I have that. This is the book about Soviet food. Like, the book. It is the book. It is the Bible. So, like, this one is really comprehensive. It's, like, this is the most incredible book that I've ever found, but it's way rare. There are probably 700 million copies of this book. I don't even know. But this is the book of delicious and, like, useful or healthy foods. And this is a really, like, well-preserved copy. Because there's so many copies of it, you can be, like, selective in the quality of the book that you get. But, like, this is the Soviet book. So, like, this is the Soviet, like, book on cuisine. I think this one is old enough to have, like, the Stalin quote in it. Yes. So, like, this one has a quote by Stalin. So this was printed before everything was de-Stalinized by Khrushchev. Yeah, so this was printed in 1952. And this one had some message that was eradicated. So there was probably some love letter written to someone and it was destroyed, lost in the sands of time. I'm sure if I was a native speaker, I could, like, read this a little bit better. But they, like, tore the page apart to get this out. This had to be a divorce. No one would be this, like, bitter if it was, you know, their mother. You know, yeah, look at that. Love me a big rooster. But yeah, I also look at this book too, because this one is a bit more standardized. Like, this one has really rare, really incredible, like, niche things in it, like for restaurant owners and stuff. But this is like housewives, family homes. This was in almost every house in the Soviet Union, if they cared to any degree about food and cuisine and that stuff. And this one also has, like, super interesting pictures in it as well. So, like pig butchery and stuff like that. What page did I save here? Oh, beer. So when I was, like, researching for the Soviet beer, like, this is what I was looking at. And I mentioned in the Soviet beer video that there's sausages and peas in, like, every single picture in the Soviet, like, in all of these cookbooks. And there's always sausages and peas. Like, the cucumber? Never. I've never seen cucumbers. But, like, sausages and peas in every... I don't get it. I don't understand it. But it's usually just in the older ones. Oh, I found 5 grivna. Looks like I can finally retire. Oh, look at that. Pea soup. Yum. Ministerstvo Pishove. Yeah, so, like, the Ministry of, like, Health and Food. God, look at that tomato juice. It's like a super off color. God. Fish. Yeah! That is a dope picture. Sproti. Yeah, if you had canned sproti, then, like, you were doing pretty well. That's a good life. That's a good life. Vyšší sort. V masle. Yes. So, like, those are the types of pictures that I love to find in these books. So this is, like, cod liver, raki. So these are crawfish. Again, like a perennial classic for beer snacks and that type of thing. Молочные яични. Yep, yep. Ah! When I was researching, like, the котлети video, like, this, look at that. That looks like doo-doo. Could you imagine putting that in a book and being like, yeah, someone's going to want to eat that? What is happening here? It's vile. But yeah, this is the standard book. Like, the absolute standard book for cooking and food in the post-Soviet sphere. Or Soviet sphere at the time. Oh, I lost the page. Okay, so it's time for beer number 2. I'm going to fill it up. I'm going to move these books out of the way so they don't get wet. It's one of the most iconic books. The author is, yes, Daria Cvek. She's, I guess, very well regarded in the baking community. So you guys can watch. Oh, yeah. Chicka-chicka. Boom, boom, boom. Chicka-chicka. That's a really nice head on that. Thick foam. Smells neat. And it's holding the cold quite well. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I bought this mostly for the bottle because it's so neat. Alright, don't break. If you break it, you bought it. Alright, do you have it on? Yep. Yep. the artwork is wonderful. It really is. It's either grim or it's really interesting. It's fascinating in any way. Coke and rum and the Eastern European moron who can't write. Dude, no, you wrote so close to Coke that I couldn't even, like, process that. It's my fault. Sorry, 2 books. One of them's called Soviet Cookies and the other's Homemade Cookies. Sweet Cookies. Yep, so, yeah, Solodkie Pechenya. So, yeah, like the sweet cookies. And then there's, like, Domashnie Pechenya. And then there's Do Sviatkoho Stolu. So she has like 3. I have 3 of her books, maybe 4. Cookies. It's true that we're usually more gated with strangers, but I find that we're more intimate with friends and relatives. Would it not be seen weird to kiss your male friend on the cheek in America? I kiss all of my male friends, all of the time. They don't like it, but I still do it. There's probably, if Jake is still here, I know for sure I've kissed him. Johnny, the Aussie, pretty sure I've kissed him, but he was sleeping. So yeah, I'm not shy about kissing a good friend on the cheek. I'm more of a hugger, though. I would say that I've given friends very, very strong hugs. I'm a big hugger. But yeah, most Americans are not very touchy. We're I wouldn't say like a no contact society. We're not like Finland, but we're certainly not like the Latins or something. I remember when I went to Georgia and I saw like guys holding hands walking down the street. It like blew my mind. You would never see 2 straight men walking down the street holding hands. I think even gay guys seeing that would be like, oh, that's a little gay. Like, it's just like not something that people do. Salt mine video was very cool. Oh wow, you're the first person that's ever told me that. I really love the Druhobic salt mine. I really like the experience. And by the way, the thumbnail for that picture is my favorite thumbnail ever made. I was really proud of it. I think that's one of the most beautiful pictures I've ever taken. So I'm glad you liked the salt mine video. I actually have like right here, yep. This is the salt from the salt works. Whoop, focus. There we go. So yeah, this is the actual salt, unopened, from the salt mine. And the lady that gave the tour, she wanted to give it to me for free, but I like supporting local businesses and stuff, and I was like, no. After victory, you can send me something for free. Pickled plums are tasty. Yes, pickled plums can be amazing, especially if they're pickled with like spices. They can be awesome. I'm going to try and make a plum tincture. Is there Soviet sphere mead? Yes. So I actually, somewhere I have like Ukraine's super popular for having like meads and stuff. I don't know if it's like Soviet. I think that in the Baltics it's really popular as well. I don't know if I have a honey book somewhere. I have it's just filled with books up there. But I do know that like mead is very popular in Ukraine. Outside of it, I think that in the Baltics it is. I know that it's not in Georgia. I know that it's not in Central Asia. But yes, Evil Cyborg Pup. Evil Cyborg Pup. Is that some kind of sexual thing? I don't know. Let's not dwell on it. God, every time I scroll down, it like scrolls me to the very end, and then I lose where I was in the chat. So very happy to catch up live. Yes, Unicorn Rancher. So glad that you could join us, especially on a Friday. Wow, love your food-related videos. Guess there's no accounting for taste. I really enjoy like a lot of the food-making process, but the food videos are way more harder to make than like the reviews. Because with the review, I don't have to write a script. I don't have to plan anything. I don't have to really edit too much. I like add jokes and clips and memes and stuff. But I just come in with like no expectations, and then I film my natural reaction. So there's like nothing to plan. So it's really quick turnaround. But for like the cooking, like I have to research. So if I'm doing a Soviet recipe, I have to research all these books. If I'm doing a recipe from like a specific nation, then I have like friends in almost all the former Soviet republics, and I'll contact them and I'll ask them like, hey, could you ask your grandma, like, how would you make this? Do you remember this from your childhood? Like, whatever. Because I really want to get like authenticity in these videos, even though it might not seem like it. But there's a lot of research, and then I write a script, and then when I do like the talking head at the beginning, I memorize it. So that's all memorized. So I have to memorize the script. I regurgitate it. I edit it. Like the cooking part of it is a lot of editing as well. So the cooking videos are way more time. And then like a review video can just be like a couple hours. So it's really easy to make. Oh, that's really cool. It's a fish, a sturgeon. Yes. Oh, God. It's quite an old comment. I'm sorry I'm behind on the comments. Yes, sturgeon is super. Oh, my God. They're auto-translating your comments. Oh. Oyster. What did I say? Did I not say sturgeon? I thought I did. No. I said something else. Yes, sturgeon. The one with, like, the ugly face. And they get caviar from it. I suggest you get a reprint of the old Ukrainian book. Okay, so this is... Okay, I suggest you get a reprint of the old book Ukrainsky Stravy issued in 1913. I think that I have one of those. It's somewhere. I have one of the old books. Is that the one that is like Ivan Franko's wife? Is that the one that made that book? 50 rubles was like 1/3 of your salary, likely. Okay, so it's not like a tremendous amount, but still, like, spending 30% of your salary on a cookbook? If you have a partner, they're going to be pissed. Crab was so rare that when my grandmother served it from a can on a special occasion, finally brought it home to her future, opened it, and it was rotten. So yeah, like, a lot of the Soviets treated life, like, if you play video games, you sort of like hoard all of the really good items. You're like, oh, this is going to come in super useful sometime. And then like you finish the game and you just have like a mountain of this overpowered stuff that you've never used. That's kind of what the Soviets do. And that sort of mentality still lives here. So I think that there's probably a lot of people that have like lots of money buried under mattresses and stuff like that. Like they're squirreling away and hiding stuff. Gold and watches and heirlooms and all this stuff. Like there's like a rainy day mentality for a lot of people here, and they're like really hesitant to sort of use stuff. So yeah, Zazum, absolutely. Hortica, yes, the island there. YouTube or whatever program is doing this, Google translated Yelster. They translated Hortica into greyhound. Is Hortica a type of dog? Like a race dog? Because otherwise it's like really poorly translated. Hello from Christina and Vlad. Christina and Vlad. Which Christina and Vlad? Because I can't see pictures. Which Christina and Vlad? I know too many of them. Hello, Britain, Cyprus. Niall? Is that you? Niall? I am home of the Commandira. God, get off of this. The earliest wine ever made, so the Cyprus like to think. Yeah, I think that the Georgians like to claim that they have the earliest wine ever made. But this Commandaria sounds interesting. I'll have to Google that later. Hi from Ribernia. Hello, Golden Nugget. I hope that you're enjoying Piana Vishna as well. Hortica. The American used bookstore scene used to be amazing. Amazon killed it. Yeah, so used bookstores in America are still sort of around, but like they're way overpriced. I remember that like when I was in college, you'd be able to get like paperbacks for like a quarter or 50 cents and like hardbacks for like 99 cents. And now like I think that those prices are impossible and like all the bookstores are picked over. But in Eastern Europe, like the concept of sort of like selling a used book doesn't really exist because books just sort of like sit around. There are some websites that I've joined that like they have like a social network around, so sometimes I'll ask like, hey, does anyone have any culinary books? And then they'll post things, but usually they're selling like dead relatives, like old libraries, so they're going to sell like 15 boxes of books. So used bookstores aren't really a thing in Eastern Europe, at least not in Ukraine. Hortica Island, yes, it's an incredible place for a walk. Unfortunately, under daily glide bomb attacks. Yes, I was there maybe last year, and there's a lot of military presence on the island, and so a lot of it's shut off. But like the like Cossack area, it was like the headquarters of the Cossacks. Where like it's like a museum, and like for those who don't know, like Zaporizhia is like at the base of the rapids of the Dnieper River. So like the river that splits Ukraine in half, near the end of it, near Zaporizhia, there's lots of rapids, and that's where the Cossacks lived. And they lived on this island in Zaporizhia. It's super beautiful. Was that Kharcho? I don't know what we were looking at, but I don't think that I saw a picture of Kharcho. Kharcho would have like rice and beef, and it would be like a dark red soup. So I don't think that we saw a Kharcho soup. There was a monetary reform for the USSR in 1961 where they exchanged money 10 to 1, so 50 rubles in 1951 were closer to 5 in the 60s and up. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. That sucks, Victor. Wishing you the best from the U.S. Yes, everyone wish Victor, because if Victor is in Zaporizhia, then that's a pretty intense place to be. Like, Kiev's actually really intense, like, but usually at night. Like, Kiev gets bombed pretty heavily, but in the evening. So it feels weird. It's like you're living in a vampire novel. Like, during the day, you just have, like, a different sort of feeling. And then, like, as the sun sets, you feel like this dread approaching. But in Zaporizhia, like, things go off all the time. So, Zaporizhia gets hit pretty hard, pretty frequently. So, all the best, Victor. Zaporizhia is a great place. Hope that it gets a little bit more beautiful after this war, though. Some of the book markets here feel like the scene from the Gremlins where they find the Mobivi floor to ceiling old cloth leather-bound books. I just can't read them. What is Mobivi? I think I'm missing something. Bacon brew? Yeah, that's, Johnny? Is that you, Johnny? Is that the Aussie? Eastern European growler. Yeah, the Eastern European growler. It's not a position that you would pay for behind a bowling alley. This is actually just a vessel for a beverage. Twist. Yes! Oh, Jake! That song always reminds me of a failed license test on Gran Turismo 4. Which song is that? JC Bernardo, which song are you talking about? Because I love Gran Turismo so much, I probably have that song in my head. Sounds like you need to put a bookstore mongering for tips, for my tips in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, like, they don't really have, like, used bookstores. They have a used book market. So there's, like, a centralized single place that you would go in almost every major city, and there's, like, stalls and stalls and stalls of kind of like open-air book corrals. So it's like a flea market, but under a singular location. And they would have, like, these little like, storage closets that are filled with books. And, like, the individual sellers own it, and then they'd sell the books from there. So some of the sellers are, like, super anal about the quality of their books and, like, how they're cared for. And then other ones are just, like, crammed in. And the sellers have no idea what's there, and they're kind of drunk. So you can find super cheap stuff there, but the booksellers have no idea what's there. So you can go to these markets and then, like, just peruse for hours. It's really cool. But it's not like a store. It's just like a free-range book rescue, I guess is, like, the best way to sort of describe it. So if you come to Kiev, I can take you to one here. It's the biggest one in Ukraine is in Kiev. It used to be called Petrivka. They renamed it to something else. But a lot of these books are from Petrivka. Like when I first came to Ukraine, I went there. So that's sort of like the used book market scene, whatever you'd call it. Sounds like I need to put... Okay, yep. The Salt Mine video is how I found your channel. Really? Wow. That's cool. I think I got like 6 subscribers from that video, so it's kind of odd that 2 people mentioned it. Do you like the Drahobich cake? Drahobich? What cake? What is the Drahobich cake? I don't think I remember that. Ukraine mead history comes from Viking heritage, also Estonia. Yeah, yeah, the early sort of Rurik dynasty is of Scandinavian descent. So the ruling class of early Ukraine, like before the idea of Ukraine existed, like Kiev and Rus, they were all Vikings. So yeah. Are you a fan of Japanese pickled plums? I haven't really tried much of them back here, but when I visited Japan, they were really good. I don't know what a Japanese pickled plum tastes like, but I'm really intrigued. Hi from a Lithuanian-Ukrainian couple. Love your videos. I love Lithuania. It's one of my favorite countries on earth. So hello, Arthur. Hello, both of you. I have been to Lithuania 3 times now, but every single time I've gone has been in the winter. I really want to try and go during summer, but nonetheless, I've really enjoyed my time in the Baltics. It's one of my favorite areas on Earth. I adore Lithuania. Lithuania has the strongest food culture out of any of the former Soviet republics in the Baltic sphere. So, like, Estonia doesn't really have, like, a strong food culture. Latvia, I feel like, has been Russified so much. It's kind of, like, unfortunate. I really hope that Latvia sort of kicks off a lot of the Russian, like, scabs that are there. But Lithuania has its own very strong, very defined culinary presence. They have, like, shalto-barshtai, they have tsapolini, they have, like, this... Oh, they have such a cool sausage. So it's, like, a stomach. I think it's a pig's stomach that they stuff with meat, like blended meat and spices, and then they hang it. So they'll hang the stomach with all of the meat inside it and dry it out. And so it becomes like a giant... It looks like a Christmas tree ornament, but it's a giant sausage. And it's super good. Lithuania also has a potato sausage, which is gross, but hey, they can't all be winners. Yeah, love Lithuania. Great beer, super cool language. If you've never heard what Lithuanian sounds like, I don't know, go on YouTube and like Google it, like listen to it. It sounds so primal. It's one of the oldest still spoken Indo-European languages. Super neat, super neat. I think I might need those 999 potions later. Yeah. It's like, oh, I can't disenchant this element. I might need it later. Hort is a type of hound dog. Okay, so like a greyhound is like a running dog. So like a hort might be a little more like a beagle or a hound. It was very mangled. Hort sounds like hound, like a hunting dog. Okay, yeah. Christina and Vlad, who wrote you today's morning, dumbass. Are you like the Christina and Vlad from the sandwich place that I met with Johnny? Just want to clarify. Here in Cyprus, there's a tradition of eating pickled songbirds? What? Tractor Factor Steve. Come in, Tractor Factor Steve. Eating pickled songbirds? Whoa! Like ortolan? So you eat like a pickled bird? You're going to have to like send me that information. I am very intrigued by that. Oh, now I'm thinking about pickled songbirds. I used to hate German book price binding, but it means that you can order anything by a local bookstore and don't go out of business. Yeah. Support local businesses. Horta. We're still on Horta. To be honest, many Soviet recipes were poor man's imitations, much like Soviet cars copied from Western models. Yeah, so like a lot of these recipes do have like, they're all just like variations of something else. So I talked about this when I reviewed like the deviled egg video. There are like, and they don't commit to any sort of like specific variation of anything. So like if you get a US cookbook and you want to learn how to make like a Reuben or like whatever specific American style dish, you're going to find like one version of it. But in here, you'll find just like 20, 30 versions of each one with like minutia in terms of like how they differentiate themselves from other versions. So like one could be like, oh, this one just has like, you add like a pickle to it at the end. And you're just like, what is the difference? Like potato. Земляна, грушна, отварная. What is a earth pear? So some type of pear, but like отварная. So it's like a jam. Морков с рисом. So yeah, it's like carrots with rice. Does this need a recipe? Do you need to commit like printed ink to this? So this says like carrot with rice, and this recipe is like 30 words long. What are you doing? Like, it's so stupid. So yeah, they do like sort of like, they'll try and ape like Western dishes. So there's like 500 takes on the omelet in some of these books. And you're just like, why? Who needs this many versions of it? Or like porridges. There's like 50 types of porridge in like every book. Like, again, like котлеты. We were talking about котлеты. This, again, is like different versions of котлеты. Котлеты по-киевски. Котлеты с гречовой. Ох. Tolma. So this is like tolma, so that's like the Armenian spelling of dolma. So like the grape leaves with meat and rice inside it. And then like the stuffed peppers, which are maybe Balkan, maybe Turkic. Mante po-Uzbekski. So we're in like the Uzbek area. So this is like Central Asia. So here's like Mante. So those who don't know, this is like a steamed dumpling from Central Asia. Really incredible. I love Mante. Bulhorskaya. What? Croquette. So it's like croquette. It's like fried potato balls. Love it. So again, like, I don't remember who wrote that comment. Like, just like a Soviet version of a Western dish. This is exactly that. So like croquette, like made from potato. Ugh. Отладьи картофляные, тушеные картофли, зразы картофли, котлеты картофли, крокеты картофли. So it's just like potato, 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 potato. And these are all fried. They're all like different ways to fry a potato. Okay, I get it. Just teach like the technique. It's not like a recipe. Christ. I get heated over stupid things. I swear I don't have brain damage. Here in Cyprus, there's a tradition of eating pickle. Damn it, we're back at the songbirds. Tractor Factor Steve, I need to figure out what that is. Greetings from Indonesia, you beautiful man. Just a question, what are the most unfathomably hindrance looking recipes that made you think, no fucking way, this is real? But it is real. The video that I have on holodets is that recipe. And it's like real, it's legit. I found some weird recipes in these books, but they're so niche, and so, like, when I tell people about it, they don't know what I'm talking about. So it's not, like, real enough for me to consider it broad. But everyone knows holodets, and it's disgusting. You, like, boil pig's feet down until gelatin, so it's like Jello. But it's got, like, suspended bits of meat in it and vegetables. It's so gross. It's so gross. Jello should be like light and airy and summery and maybe a little bit sweet, but here it's just like, ugh, it's grim. It's holodets, and then they eat it with like vinegar and horseradish. So that is the dish that I think is the grossest. It's just horrible. But hello, Indonesia. I didn't know that I had people watching from Indonesia, so great to have you with us. I like that you're honest in your opinions. You don't overrate plates. Criticism is really important. Thank you. Yes, that's one thing that I really like. I adore about like Bourdain. Like, he would tell you how it is. He would give his honest opinion, so that when he like would gush about something, you would feel that it came from like a very honest place. But like when you watch, oh god, what is the name of that food influencer who has like the blonde dyed spiky hair? He goes to Flavor Town. He's kind of a douche. What is his name? He's like a kind of a weirdo. But like everything that he eats, he loves it. He's just like, oh man, it's so great, it's amazing. And it's just like a fried hot dog or something. Like if you praise everything, your praise means nothing. So it's just like so useless to be like overly positive for anything. And then like the people who like you're trying to help or support, they get like a false idea as well. They think like, oh, I'm doing great. And then really it's awful. Yeah, when you were humming while pouring beer. I don't remember what I was humming while I was pouring beer. I thought I was humming the song from Green Community. The Kiev book market was destroyed, unfortunately. Really? Like Petrivka was destroyed? Damn. Oh my god, you can get in all kinds of trouble there. I would come back with my weight in books, if it sounds like. Yes, it's very easy to come back with like tons and tons and tons of books. You can find some gems there. But I think now, like the really good books, people know that they're valuable, so they can be a little bit expensive. Relative. Plums and peaches were a medicine in Japan. Fair enough. God, every time I scroll, it like brings me down to the bottom. I want to see all the quotes. Nader hard. In Estonia, we have similar taste buds to our Finnish brothers. We can taste all 50 shades of tastelessness. Yeah, so I have, so I have some Estonian. I keep all of my. I try and collect some kind of cooking stuff from everywhere I go. So this is like the little like Estonian stuff that I was able to get my hands on. So you have like. I'm not even going to like attempt to read it, but it's not really national. It's just like a grilled fish. So like, but like I have this, I have I try and get some kind of cookbook from everywhere I go. So like this is like an Estonian thing. This is as well. And Estonian is just such a neat language too. But like a little more depressing. Like Lithuanian sounds like a sort of a sexy caveman. And Estonian just sounds like a depressed Finn. Which I guess would be just a Finn. I remember browsing through Petrivka, finding fucked up pirated copy of Morch. Yeah, they used to sell like a lot of pirated software and fake video games and stuff like that. But I think that they've kind of moved away from it. So, oh yeah, this is the Kulinarnia. So this is, I sort of switched and didn't mention it. So this is like the book that every household in the Soviet period would have. It's like everyone has it. There's a bajillion copies. You can find it absolutely everywhere. It's very common. This one is a little more rare, and it is like the condensed version of like the big one. So it's a little bit more pared down. So this one's also useful, and this one's also more like niche. Котлеты рисовые, so like a rice cutlet. See, like there's a recipe for corn with butter. This, it just says boiled beans. Do you need to commit this to paper? And then they took a picture of it. Like, they're so proud of corn plus butter that this is a painting. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. Buttered corn. But buttered corn's also like a super popular street food here, so whatever. So yeah, this is like this small, like sister copy of the bigger one. Oh, now this is one that I've actually not looked at yet, so I'm glad that we can do that together. I'll just go through some of these chats. I know that you're a grechka hater, but what about grechanki? There could be made with minced beef and pork. I've actually come around more to grechka. I think that it's just like it's such an acquired taste. Buckwheat's not terrible. I know that like from like a nutritional standpoint, it's really incredible, but it is just such a woody, wet, earthy flavor that's just really bizarre. But I think that I've gotten more and more used to it because I sort of force myself to eat it. Are the Baltics part of the Norwegian dominated Grandiosa pizza sphere? I don't know what that is. Norwegian dominated Grandiosa pizza sphere. That's just like a bunch of nouns and adjectives that are just like so exciting. Ooh, I don't know what any of that means, but I'm turned on. The Ultimate Bachelor Cookbook. 3 ingredients, 100 recipes. Yeah, that's like, sometimes when I go back to the States, you'll see like really sad cookbooks. It's like, microwave recipes for 1. And you're like, damn, that's like the saddest cookbook I've ever seen in my life. Ultimate Bachelor Cookbook, 3 ingredients, 100 recipes. Did you buy these books at a bookstore or rummage sale? Oh, yeah, so these books have been acquired over like 13, 14 years. And in various cities. So every city I go to like any used bookstore or book market that they have, and then I buy the books. So I've been to Lviv, I've been to Kiev, I've been to Kharkiv, I've been to Dnipro, I've been to Bela Tsarkva. Like any city that I go to, Chernihiv, whatever, I go to like the used book market because it's all like a market, like hawkers selling stuff. And then you like barter with the book monger. I don't know what you would call them. So these are like, it's like 12, 13 years of just book collecting from all over Ukraine. And then also like from Georgia and the Baltics, Central Asia. So all around the Soviet Union over like the past decade. I've gathered them. It's filled with grandiosas. I don't know what you're talking about. What is this grandiosa? Is this literally like a frozen pizza? Nothing happened for... Sorry, I got lost on your griechka thing. They could be made with minced beef and pork. That's how I like them personally. Yes. With beef and pork, they're quite good. Grechanka, they're not bad. One thing that I really like griechka in is kravlyanka. So if you don't know, it's blood sausage. So every blood sausage needs some kind of filler. You don't just eat like the blood of it. It would just be kind of grim. So like in Asia, it would be rice. In like the more Anglo areas, it would be like oats. But in Eastern Europe, it's buckwheat. So they'll make the sausage, maybe they'll add onions and some spices, and then they sort of add filler that's buckwheat. And that's how I really like buckwheat that way. Really incredible stuff. So, yes. Nothing happening. I do enjoy grechka that way. Холодец is great. Get out, Dennis. Get out. No, but I understand. Some people love холодец, and I get it. It's not awful. I think it's the texture just bothers me. The pictures are very similar to American cookbooks in that area. I would say that like the American cookbooks, like a lot of these are like drawings of a picture or something. They're like handmade. They're more like illustrations. And like the US ones, they're more like gaudy, I would say. They're more like overdone, like visually messy. There's a lot of noise in them. But yeah, like US, UK cookbooks from that period are just like weird. Bro. Guy Fieri. Yes, Guy Fieri. That's the guy who loves everything that he eats, and he's annoying. I understand an attack on the grandiose nations considered an attack on all. I can't wait to get to the bottom of this chat when I find out what that is. The cookbooks are stuck in the 50s. I mean, the gelatin. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of these cookbooks are from the 50s, so we're there. Dobry večer. One of the few Ukrainian phrases I know. Nubi Evo. That is a good phrase to know. Dobry večer. I would say that if you want to learn survival Ukrainian, you need to know, like, Добрий день, дякую. Дякую is thank you. Добрий день is hello or good day. Вибачте, so like, forgive me. Ти дуже гарна, so you are very beautiful. And then, ще пиво, будь ласка. So another beer, please. So if you can, Добрий день, вибачте. What was the other one I said? Будь ласка? I already forgot. Ти дуже гарна and ще пиво, будь ласка. That's the most important things to know. If you don't speak any Ukrainian, ти дуже гарна and ще пиво, будь ласка. You're very beautiful and another beer, please. You were humming the songs from Beverly Hills Cop, like dun 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 dun. Is that one it? When you poured the beer, you were humming a song. Max Headroom. Oh, yes. Dum 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 dum. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. Not Petrivka, they bombed Lukyanivka. Oh, Lukyanivka, that's much smaller. Much smaller. Lukyanivka's way smaller. But they've hit Lukyanivka so many times, it's crazy. The photography in the night. So yeah, not happening. Yeah, that whole area has been abused. The photography in 1970 is very similar to the British Greek cookbooks. Obsession with aspic. Ugh, aspic. My favorite Estonian word, sinep, mustard. Spin this backwards. Isn't that what is mustard in German? Isn't it similar to that? Ah, shit, I forgot. Traditional medicine. By the way, if you decide to do another Asian food stuff, you should try Indonesian Indomie. I heard that it's consumed by the Ukrainian army. Oh, Indomie. Okay. Spicy. Yes, sir. Rafael, ping me somehow with that later if I forget. Tolkien's constructed Elvish language was inspired by Finnish and Estonian. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, the construction of, like, the Uralic languages is really bizarre. And, like, just from, like, the visual standpoint, like, it looks like Elvish, even. And a lot of the Estonian, they have, like, double vowels. So, like, A-A-O-O, like oh. They'll have like a lot of like repeating vowels. It's very interesting. It does feel kind of elvish. Welcome to Flavor Town. Sorry, grandiose pizza is a very low quality in origin junk food pizza that everyone knows. I'm asking Zazoom because he lives in the Baltics. Ah, I did not get to try this frozen junk food pizza when I was in Norway, but I did have the boiled head, the sheep's head. Those Soviet books were mostly a way of propaganda. I feel, a lot of these Soviet cookbooks, they're obviously some kind of propaganda because it's not reality, but it can't really be propaganda because like the people reading them would see like this obviously false reality. I think that it's just like this sort of like delusion that they can all live in together. It's like when poor people watch Beverly Hills or like Keeping Up with the Kardashians or whatever. Like they're watching like some version of like a reality that they don't get to live in. It's the same with like Soviet movies. So, like, Soviet cinema is incredible. Like, the movies from the Soviet period were really, really, really amazing. Really talented actors, really amazing directors, really well done. But propaganda. Like, everyone had a car. Everyone had, like, foreign goods. Like, no one wanted for anything unless it was, like, a plot point or a device. So, like, all of the films were, like, bathed in propaganda, but, like, from a filmmaking perspective, they were, like, masterfully done. And, like, now, if you look at, like, Russian cinema, it's all just trash. They all just, like, mimic American, British, Western, whatever films. Like, there's no sort of, like, novel ideas coming out of Russian media today. So, yeah, a lot of these cookbooks are, I wouldn't say propaganda, but it's sort of, like, a falsified reality that didn't reflect the normal lives of people. So they'd open these books and just be like, wow, this is incredible. Like, but they would know that, they're not living in this. Yep, Sandwich Place. Yes. So it's because I know like 50 Vlad and Christina's. So someone here just joined. They're also from Kiev, and they're opening a sandwich place. So on topic with my quest for sandwiches, so they are opening a sort of like a panini press type place. So they're making pressed sandwiches or grilled sandwiches. So speaking of the topic of sandwiches, it's kind of ironic that they have joined because they're opening a sandwich shop in Kiev. Guys, is your sandwich shop in Podil? I think that there's some Ukrainians here if you want to let everyone know. Super good people. They're very funny people. Very beautiful, too. Especially Vlad. Call me. Curd snack. Curd snack. That sounds like a Dutch porn star. What curd snack are you talking about? Yeah, mustard in German is snef. Yes, that's it. Sinep. Snef, Sinep. The bombed Petrivka 2 maybe a month or more ago. I didn't know that they bombed Petrivka. That's really upsetting. God. The double word is a diphthong. Yes. Another little titillating word. Diphthong. Now, that's what I'm looking for. Double letters indicate long vowels and consonants in Estonian and Finnish. Yeah, it's kind of the same in English, so it makes sense. The cookbook. By the way, I just want to say I'm super proud of my chat. You guys are so knowledgeable. I love that all of you guys know so much about languages. Like, languages for me are so exciting. So it's really cool that a lot of you guys know so much about languages. Love that. I think that we'll have like a language chat one day. It's getting kind of dark out. How's my lighting? Am I too dark? Do I need to like change exposure? For Gachimuchi. Isn't that Gachimuchi? That sounds like something I probably shouldn't repeat. I think it's something terrible. Why would the Soviet era ever load Duda 85, yeah, why would the Soviets ever lie? Yeah, could you believe that? No, the most honest nation that's ever lived. Most open and transparent. Some Soviet cookbooks were very obviously made during a type of food shortages. You don't publish the books with recipe with canned fish. There's no abundance of fresh product. Yes and no. I would say that, like, yes to the shortages, but, like, I think that it's also useful to have recipes with canned stuff in it. Just because it's canned doesn't mean that it's bad. Like, some of the best pizza sauces on earth come from canned tomatoes. Just because, like, the canning process just, like, captures that element at sort of like a peak quality, and then allows it to, like, replicate at any period. So the best pizza sauces are from cans. So it's not always a bad thing to have canned foods in it. But I will say that a lot of the canned food recipes in Soviet cookbooks are terrible. Terrible. I do like shproti, though. Do like shproti. So yes, Jane Lutsenko, very valid point. Middle and high class, yeah. Yeah. These cookbooks are not made for, like... This cookbook is not... the target audience is not, a barely literate factory worker or some peasant who is literally illiterate. So this is definitely for more the well-to-do-ish. So this is somewhat someone of means would have this book. This one, though, this is one for everyone. So this one could be anyone. If you could read, you would probably have this book. So this one is the most universal. So this one, Kniha o vkusnyi zdorowie pše. So this is like, anyone can have this book. Everything else is a little bit more specific. Cottage cheese. Oh, curd cheese. Yeah. Tvorog. Yeah? Speaking of reality, those books were... Okay, yeah, so we already did that. Tvorog. Greetings from Estonia, Tallinn. Long-time viewer. Hey, we were just talking about Estonia. And whatever recipe this is, in, like, your language. Amazing beer. Estonia has fantastic beer. Food. So, Matthias, in chat, drop your favorite national Estonian dish. Anyone in chat that's Estonian or Latvian, give me your best national dish. It cannot be Russian, Slavic, or Lithuanian. It has to be purely Estonian or Latvian. You're fine. All the older cookbooks had a foreword with quotations by Marx, Lenin. Yeah, so I believe I showed that in this one. Like, so the foreword by, the figurehead of that period. Where was that book? Oh, it's in this one. Yeah, the foreword would have been, some sort of, like, Politburo disgusting thing, So this one has a quote from Stalin. So this is Stalin. So there's some quote from Stalin at the beginning of your cookbook, just to set the good time vibes, Because when I open a cookbook on, Southern American barbecue, I want a Trump quote at the very beginning. Lime greens. Yes, lime green. Yeah, it's... Look at these colors. They're so fascinating. Introduction to canned stuffs, canned sardines in Indonesia. It's considered expensive. That's one thing that's pretty crazy now. When I was a little kid, canned food was like crazy cheap, but now it's like so expensive. What is that about? Like, why is it so expensive? I don't even get that. Such a fascination with Campbell's tomato. I have Campbell's tomato soup right behind me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some of the guys over, people from videos, and we're going to have like a review of American canned food. So I have some Hormel canned chili, I have some canned Spam, I have some Chef Boyardee in a can, and I have canned Campbell's tomato soup. So I'm going to let some Ukrainians try American canned foods. So keep an eye out for that. I really can't get over how colorful those books are. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that some of the books are kind of colorful. Actually, maybe it's just like the two that are here. A lot of them are very brown and gray. Canned food is just an example. If you remember, salmon and tomato sauce. Yes. Tourist breakfast, like Zavtrak Turistka. So, like in Germany, they have something like the tourism like Trekker. It's like for hiking or something like that. Yeah. So I've caught up in chat. So we'll go into this. This is a book that I'm really interested in looking into because I can't really find any good Armenian dishes that are like purely Armenian. Again, if I'm too dark, let me know. I've got like the lights on max, but like the sun's setting, so I'm going to slowly get darker and darker. So this is an Armenian cookbook. Unfortunately, this has water damage, but like it's such a unique book, I just couldn't not get it. And then like you'll see like Armenian and Russian written here. So like this is the Armenian and this is the Russian. Like Armenian looks very I don't want to say elvish because I think Georgian looks more elvish. This looks kind of dwarvish, maybe. Very interesting. And if you didn't know, like the name of Armenia in Armenian is Hayastan. So it's not Armenia, it's Hayastan. But I've been to almost every former Soviet republic except Turkmenistan. So I got this book just because it was so like fascinating. Like the concept of Armenian food is kind of like underplayed, just because. Okay, in the Caucasus regions, if you know anything about sort of like the Balkan area, they're very similar. So they constantly fight with each other. They're like siblings, but like violent towards each other. And like they all claim everything over one another. So there was a quote that said, do you know why the first, like they're talking about Gagarin, like the first man in space. Do you know why the first man in space couldn't be Georgian? Because all of the Georgians would die from pride and all the Armenians would die from embarrassment. Like there's just so much like sibling bickering, that type of thing, that occasionally turns into violence. So like, but a lot of these dishes, like Armenia has a really hard time sort of finding its identity culinarily. So trying to find some. I know that they have like a pumpkin dish that's stuffed with rice. Perets farshovany. So it's like a stuffed pepper. Like that could be anywhere in the Balkans. Like brochy. I don't know what bochi is. So it's like some sort of green. Like just greens, tarahuan. Yeah, like it's not really a dish though. Soupy. Okay, so we're getting into soups. So like luk, chestnok, spinat, cheremsha. Ah, cheremsha. I love cheremsha. Then like just like the different styles of cut, like kololik. So these are like little manti. So these are manti, but like smaller manti. But that's like a Central Asian dish as well. Oh God, look at that! Oh boy, I think we found something interesting. That's like a Scottish egg. Look at that. But like, look at how much is around that. That's just crazy. Crazy. And then you also have like dolma and then like stuffed apples with these things. So it's like grape leaves rolled in it. Oh God. Jeez, that's nuts. Soup is gorokhovые, чечевица. Yeah, it's just like random soups. I want to find this like weird Scotch egg. That looks crazy. That's visually stunning. Flol. I don't know what that is. Okay, so some sort of noodle dish. Sthma. Are there any Caucasians here? Like from the Caucasus areas? Not like white people, but like Caucasians? Like chicken dishes. Oh, this looks like okra. So if you saw like my European canned food, canned or jarred pickled video, the okra came from Armenia. So it seems like they have a little bit more okra there, which may come from Iran or Turkey. Amich, yeah. Voshtnaya blюдо, so like a vegetable dishes. Ah, okay, so like a pumpkin stuffed with rice. This is the thing that I was talking about. This is like, I think, the most Armenian, like purely Armenian dish. So you have like a pumpkin, and you stuff it with rice and dried fruits. And I think that's like a holiday dish. It's like for Christmas. And you bake it, and then you like peel it out like it blooms like a flower. So I think that's the most like Armenian dish. Like Armenian dish. Like yaitz s pomidorem, so that just looks like terrible shakshuka. Like, I really want to find like the Armenian dish. Like these have like a lot of like chlav. They sound Armenian. Korkot, asuda, khashil. But then you look at like the ingredients and it's just like pshenichny mucha. So it's like flour, masla. So it's like a oil. Sushone pachty. What is pachty? But it's like 3 ingredients. Sol povkusi. So it's like some like pastry dish. Oh, that looks super pretty. Look at that. Nice. That fine china. Strushki. Khatka. Pachlava. Pachlava. The only, like, globally recognized dish, and it's on, like, it's the ugliest picture in this whole book. Damn. I need some sort of, like, Armenian cooking guide to sort of, like, walk me through some Armenian stuff. Because every time I talk to Armenians, they'll, like, oh, it's this dish. I'm like, well, like, doesn't that have, like, Turkish origins? Like, this dish. I'm like, well, isn't that Balkan? Like, this dish. Like, isn't that from Central Asia? I'm trying to find, like, Armenian dishes. Look at that. Such a cool picture. Viny Zavod. So this Yerevan. So this is like a Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, like a winery. Wine is super great in the Caucasus areas. Also cognac or brandy, if you're more honest. Okay, so Zazum came in with the first thing to try in Estonia is open fish sandwich. Yes, that is the thing that was recommended to me. So dark bread with sprotje, right? I mean, that's not really a dish, though. It's just like a thing. Like, I wouldn't call like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich like an American dish. But like, what is like in a... tell me what's like a... On a holiday in Estonia, what would you eat? Something like that, you know? By the way, can the forward be used to date the cookbooks? I mean, somehow... Yes. So, Rafael, so the de-Stalinization that began in the USSR following, like, the ascension of Khrushchev means that, like, everything Stalin was removed. So if you see a book that has Stalin in it, it means that this was produced before, like, 1955, something like that. Because after Khrushchev came to power, he eliminated, like, everything Stalin. So it's definitely a way to, like, date things. Good Lord, I could really use some Spam. Oh, Spam. Oh, yes. So the Hawaiian sushi made with Spam. And it's like a big block of sushi like this, but with Spam. Damn. JC. Bernardo. Good call, good call. I just had a bacon bite with 3-year cheddar. Yum. I'm getting super jelly. I love a good cheddar. Love a good cheddar. By the way, Petrivka is mostly fine. The book in this section is functional as useful. Oh, good news, good news. If you really want good Armenian stuff, maybe you should ask Simon Yeratan. I heard he has a good deal in Los Santos. I don't know what that is. Los Santos? Isn't that like a neighborhood in Grand Theft Auto? Tourist breakfast is Tushonka's evil twin, made from all the bits. Yes. Gross. Tourist breakfast. It's like, awful. Not like awful, but like awful. Like all the like organ meats and stuff ground up. Ruffled, you're the guy from, or girl, I don't know, from Indonesia, correct? Let me guess it's because Turkmenistan is crazy hard to get into. Yes. I couldn't get into Turkmenistan because I was traveling through Central Asia. So I did Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. But I couldn't get a visa for Turkmenistan. And I didn't want to go through all the process and the headache to go there. And there's really nothing there that I kind of care to see. I just wanted to go just to say that I've gone. Sort of like with Minsk. I was in Belarus, and there's nothing in Belarus that I'm like deeply curious about. I just wanted to go because I heard it was sort of like a bastion of like a Soviet time capsule, but not in a fun way. So yeah, it's like yes, crazy like Central Asia, North Korea. It is exactly like Central Asia, North Korea. In fact, I think that like the joke in the Dictator movie, where like Aladdin becomes the word for everything, came from that dictator. I think he changed like the word for like Sunday to his mom's name, like something insane like that, and that's where all this came from. Yes, Turkmenistan, where only white collars are legal, the capital, the days of the week are named. Yes, 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 yes. I swear I didn't read that comment before I said my comment. Damn, like every time I scroll down, it like screws up where I am. And that reminds me of all the Radio Yerevan jokes. I don't know what Radio Yerevan is. I guess it's some Soviet broadcast. The funny thing is, a lot of American white people wouldn't consider real Caucasians to be white. Yes. So, like, Caucasians are a little bit darker. Olive-skinned, I would say. So it's kind of odd that, like, whoever created this nomenclature for Caucasian to be white settled on the Caucasian Mountains, because they're, like, decidedly not white. So it's kind of funny. Longtime fan, I've been watching since 2022, I guess. Any plans to tackle dishes from non-SSR ethnic minorities, like Volga German? Yeah, so I would like to do, like, maybe some, like, Yiddish dishes. Maybe some Tatar cuisine. I think, like, Tatars make some really cool dishes, like chebureki, that type of stuff. So I am looking at sort of like the minority dishes. But I mentioned it a little bit earlier that the cooking videos tend to be like the least popular. So the channel's kind of like stuck a little bit. I think I'm going to have to make like the weird videos. So like fascinating, gross, interesting, niche, that type of stuff. So, you know, Soviet type things. But I am sort of keeping a running log on what I would like to do in terms of like recipes and things in the future. So that is on my list, like the ethnic minorities that are within these areas. Like I would like to do videos on like the like Yakutsk people and stuff like that. So like the native folks that live in what is Russia. So we would call them like natives. So more like Inuits or something like that. The first peoples, however you'd call them. Yeah, so Teutonic Tolik. Oh, I remember your name, Teutonic Tolik. Your avatar name. There's some great YouTube channels about that country. Pachta is a byproduct of butter making. It's like buttermilk, maybe. I don't know what that would be, though. It's not ghee. I'm traveling to the 8 southern SSRs, the stands of the Caucasus soon, and I am vegetarian. Anyone know how host I am? So Joshua May, I hope that you're still here. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I think that in like Central Asia, it'll be easier because they have like a greater Muslim population. So there's going to be like less pork, obviously. But they do have like really strong vegetarian dishes in that area as well. Like khachapuri is vegetarian. It's cheese pizza basically. They have lobio, which is like a bean dish. In Central Asia, you can get like manti with like mushrooms inside it and things, like khinkali with mushrooms. So you can find very, very good vegetarian food, not vegan, but vegetarian food in both Central Asia and the Caucasus. So you're not totally SOL. A lot of the best food, I think, is very meat-centric in those areas, though. But they do have some bangers, like the video I released recently about the Georgian tomato salad. That's Georgian, and it's totally vegan. Super great stuff, too. Fun fact, if you take a taxi to Turkmenistan's capital, Ashgabat, the taxi driver has to pay rent. Ooh, weird. White cars. The national dish of Estonia is boiled potatoes with mint meat sauce, and some fresh side. Okay. And soups. Selyanka is Russian. Borscht is Ukrainian. Varsolnik is Russian. Yeah, so like all of the stuff, like Matthias, I appreciate the effort. Like the Kharkil de Kaste, like that sounds interesting for real. But the soups you listed are all foreign. They're not Estonian. 2 hours flew by. Oh my god, it's 9 o'clock already. Wow. Can't believe I've talked so much. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Thumbs up if you like. Heyo! Grab another beer. Summer in Estonia. Yes, I would love to go to like summertime Baltics because I've only been there in winter, and I think that I'm missing out on a lot of things there because I'm missing out on like the seasonal stuff because a lot of that area is very forested. So there's going to be like a lot of berries, a lot of game meats, and that type of stuff. So I think that there's probably some really neat stuff that happens in the Baltics in the summer. So I'm kind of miffed that I haven't been able to go in the summertime. Estonians have a hard German, yes, all of the Baltics have a very severe German influence. But that's probably why they have incredible beer. Funny story about being in Tallinn. So I was in Tallinn. It was like blanketed in snow, and I was in Old Town, and I walked into a very dark bar alone, and it was probably not super late, but like it gets dark really early, and I start just ordering beers. So I typically just like kind of work through a menu, like in like a pub when I go in, because I like to discover the beers. I go in, then I ask like, what's the best restaurant? What dishes do you recommend? And I had several beers, maybe too many. And I do remember that as I stood up, I realized I was like, oh, these beers are way strong. So Estonian beer has like some oomph to it. So if you go to Estonia, make sure that you're drinking the beers and more mindful of the fact that they are way stronger than, like a like Southern European style beer. Harvest fresh potatoes, boiled and tossed with melted butter with a thick layer of fresh dill and crisp salad made with tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes. Yeah. So that sounds good. Sounds Scandinavian, very Scandinavian. Gurukubaldi is certainly character. Yes, for sure. And character and also insane. I would also love to hear about vegetarian, halal, and kosher dishes. The dishes that look great. And do they hinge on pork? Yes, there's so much pork in Eastern Europe. And I love pork, so I don't mind it. I think that anyone that, if you regulate your diet based on like personal preferences or maybe like a moral standing, like for animals or whatever, or health reasons, I get it. But I think that if you monitor your diet based on religion, you're missing a lot of flavor and technique and style and dishes just based on, what like a book told you. So I think that I would reevaluate if it's a religious based thing. But you do you, no judgment. Just me. Have you ever tried any insects or weird Asian street foods? If so, what's your favorite? So I've been to the Asian night market in Bangkok, and they have a lot of bugs. And one of my friends, actually, she wrote a book on insect recipes. So a friend of mine that I actually met in Georgia, we worked together, and I actually really, really, really like mealworms and crickets. So the mealworms, they're like fried, and they have like an airy, it's almost like a pork rind. So there's a crunch, and there's not like a lot of like substance to it. So it just sort of like turns to dust. It's like a Cheeto. And then crickets, they're very meaty, they're very crunchy, and there's a very neat flavor to it. And they dusted it in some sort of like a spice. Not like a 5-spice, but something like that. So mealworms and crickets were the best bugs that I've had. I had beetles, and they were gross because they have like the chitin, sort of like the external skeleton. I think that I'm saying the name wrong, and it's gross. Like they're just like they get stuck in your teeth, and it's just like ugh. But yes, I've eaten bugs, and I don't mind it. Oh, 2020, friend of Teutonic Tolik, fan since 2020. That's back in the day. My friend is a Belarusian Jew. I feel like a true globalist, so I have been fed stuff about post-Soviet states, especially the Ukraine, its history, post-Soviet stuff, etc. Yeah. So, Rafael, you know quite a lot about the post-Soviet sphere, so kudos to you, my friend. You are very knowledgeable. All of you are very knowledgeable. God, all of you guys know so much about like food and language and stuff. I really wish that this was like an in-person thing. Because I feel like I'm a moderator for a conversation that would be so cool if we could all voice ourselves, you know? Like, you guys are all really clever. I dig that. Photos of caviar, sturgeon, etc. made an illustration of Soviet ambiance. They masked the reality and distracted people from empty shelves. The Book of Tasty Foods was inherited by 1939. Yeah. Yep. Meant to popularize new factory-made goods like canned foods, condensed milk, even though the state failed to produce them in sufficient quantities. Yeah, I think that, like, the condensed milk was probably one of the few things that was made, like, enough. Because, like, if you have milk, if you have a glut of milk, milk has a very limited shelf life. But if you turn it into condensed milk, it basically becomes shelf-stable forever. So that's why, like, the condensed milk is so popular. Like, little kids from the post-Soviet sphere remember eating it as a dessert because it was, like, one of the more common things. I'd love to try khachapuri. JC, yes, absolutely. Okay, so here's a quick little guide, guys, on khachapuri. So there's like an ocean of khachapuris. But I would say that there are three main ones that you need to remember. 3 khachapuris. So the first one is like the most stereotypical, and it's called Imereti khachapuri. So Imeruli khachapuri. And that is a khachapuri that is like, it's got bread, like from the surface it just looks like a disc of bread, and cheese is inside. And then there's Megrelian khachapuri, which is Megaruli khachapuri, and it's the same as the Imereti, and then there's another layer of cheese on top. So if you're feeling adventurous and you kind of hate yourself and you want that extra fat, you want to get that Megarulian khachapuri. But if you want like a more pared down, standardized one, get the Imereti, Imeruli khachapuri. And then they have the big one that's shaped sort of like a boat. So it's like an oval with like a big body, and there's an egg in the middle of it, right in the middle. So that is Imeruli khachapuri, or Imeretian khachapuri. And it's totally different than everything else. Totally different. And then you like mix everything in the middle, and it turns it into like a cheesy, eggy soup. And then you like break the bread and dip it into the middle. But that is a dish that you like, after that, you're just going to take a nap. Like, it's just going to take it out of you to eat that one. So those are the 3 main khachapuris that I would say. But like on street foods and stuff, you'll see some that are made with like a puff pastry. Those are pretty cool too. But I would say that on the whole, I like the Imeruli or the Megaruli most. So look for those. I'd love to, at the same time, the beautifully illustrated books were rare luxuries. People bought them as yeah. So these books are like, if you get like reading books, like fiction, stuff like that. They're bound really well. So the normal books would be bound just as well. But when you like open them, they're going to be like devoid of anything like illustrative. Like here you see like how gorgeous. It's very bright. It's very vibrant. It's very alive. So this is more like a book that you would use as like a conversation piece. It's one that has like a degree of like status with it. Where like typical books, when you open them, like the quality of the paper might be a little bit low. Like this is thick, nice, really high quality paper, and these illustrations very colorful. So these are all like real. Like I have shelves of like junk cookbooks, like real, but like they're not cool to look at. They're gray, and it'd be like flipping through an old newspaper in a language you can't read. But these ones, I picked the ones that are like the most like visually stunning, or that I thought would be. So here you see, like these look really, really beautiful. Зачем нужны витамины? Like, why do I need vitamins? Okay. Второе, яйца, масло. So yeah, like this is a book, another book for little kids. I think it's not the same as the school one. I think that this one is for mothers, and the other one is for like school cafeteria owners. But they're very similar. I got this book in Kharkiv, 1957, and then again, like na pamyat. So again, oh, in Kharkiv still, yeah. So I definitely did get this in Kharkiv. Moskva. 1957. Oh, the Soviet Gerber baby. Look at it. And is this like if your kid's choking? It's like the Soviet Heimlich maneuver. These books are so fascinating. Really, really, really fascinating. And like, so Ukraine is currently like destroying their old Soviet books, which I get, because like these books are sort of like, not books, but like the Russian language is a tool of propaganda. Despite what anyone would say, like the Russian government has used Russian language as a tool of propaganda. So a lot of Ukrainians are just destroying these books, which I understand, but I'm sort of collecting and saving these books because I think that there's so much historical value here that in the future people will regret maybe destroying some of these better books. So I'm acting as a time capsule, a very pro-Ukrainian time capsule. I spoke Russian before I spoke a single word of Ukrainian. But now I only speak Ukrainian. Now I can't even listen to Russian. Kind of like nauseates me. God, I love this little growler. Oh, the beer's getting warm. Might have to switch to something else after this. All right. By the way, guys, when I come back and I see this chat and I see that people have like inputted stuff, thank you. Because I'm like literally having a conversation with myself, and it feels weird. It feels very weird. So thank you for the engagement. I really enjoy that you guys are so active here, because otherwise it would feel like I'm talking into a Bluetooth and no one's on the other wing. Ajarsky Khachapuri is king. So Jane Slukenko, Ajarsky Khachapuri, so Ajaruli Khachapuri is great. If that's the end of your day, if you're a tourist in Georgia, do not get that for lunch. Do not get the cheese boat with the egg in it for lunch, because you will be like, unless you're like 22 years old. Like after you eat that, you're not going to want to do anything else, because plus you're going to have like 5 glasses of wine. So that is a day-ender dish. Day-ending dish. Absolutely. Are you of Jewish descent? Oh, okay, so that was deleted. That was deleted as well. Oh, so someone's posting here and all of their messages are getting deleted. I guess they're saying really weird things. That's why I would suggest looking through Soviet newspapers and journals from the 1980s. You can find real recipes from that time. Yeah, so Zazum. So that's why I talk to friends, and I talk to their parents, and I talk to families, I talk to people. Because if you're just getting recipes from these books, they are an idyllic version of the time period. They don't really reflect the reality that people live in. But that is also true of any cookbook. You know, you look at any cookbook from anywhere. Americans don't eat Thanksgiving dinner every day. Georgians don't eat khinkali every day. Maybe Thai people eat pad Thai every day, but like, I don't think Germans are going to eat like bratwurst and knödel like every day, Spätzle every day. Like you have like normal, basic, pared down food. You know, like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, chicken nuggets, eggs. You know, you have the basic sort of like fundamental building blocks of your cuisine first. You know, you don't live in a cookbook. But you also don't need a cookbook to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So that's why, like, the cookbooks are sort of like an idyllic version of it, and they don't capture the real-life reality that people had in the day-to-day, but also that's every single cookbook. No cookbook's going to have, like, you know, open a can of olives and eat it sadly over the sink because you're too tired after work, you know, like, that's what people do, but it's not in a cookbook. So I understand your point, but you also have to understand that, like, no one's capturing like this kind of stuff. It's just like the reality we live in. I love the video showing the Soviet-style meat markets. Yes. Those are so fascinating. Every time I go to a city, anywhere I go, I look for like a farmer's market. It can be any country, any continent, wherever. Because that's where I feel the most culinary energy somewhere. If you go to like a new city and you go to like the fanciest restaurant, it feels very like snobbish. But if you go to like a produce market or a fish market, you're in touch with like you feel the pulse of the people there. You feel very in touch with like the people, and that's what's so cool about like traveling and engaging with like cultures by going to these markets. And plus, like, tourists usually don't go there because they're not cooking food. So the prices aren't usually overdone. And you can get some really cool deals, and then you can connect with people who can point you in the direction of real restaurants, you know. They're not going to send you to some like tourist trap. So if you're traveling somewhere, I would recommend that you find the like sort of open air markets, the meat markets, that sort of thing, wherever you're going, because that's where you find like the soul of whatever cuisine that you have in those areas. Like in Latvia, in Riga, there's an amazing market. It's like a collection of hangars, like old blimp hangars, I believe. And inside of them is just like an ocean of food and produce and all of this stuff. And like that's where I would go, and I would like they have like food stalls where they would cook stuff, and then you can ask like, hey, where's a cool bar? Like, hey, what's your favorite dish? Like, where would you go to eat in a restaurant? You know, and then you can get steered in the right direction that way. Because sometimes people will send you to places that are a little too snobbish. I remember those times in the way food very well. Yeah, evil. I'm the cleverest. Yep, you're very clever. All of you guys are very intelligent. Smaruli Ajari. Smaruli. It's Imaruli. Yeah? Oh, well, I actually caught a stream. Hello. Yes, it's only my second stream ever. So, Steph? Barman UA. Barman UA, where are you from? Are you in Kiev? Steph, wow, you actually caught a stream. Yes, it's only my second one. But I would like to do this more often. I think that this is a really cool way to sort of engage. And I would like to have like various rolling topics, you know, like language, culture, travel, art, whatever. It's just a really cool way to sort of like connect with you guys and like share some knowledge. And also like, third beer of the night. Cheers, guys. Imaruli, yes, there we go, Imaruli. Ajari Khajipuri's. Oh, okay, so I'm back to it. You're suggesting for looking at newspapers, yep. By the way, if you love spice, you should try Indonesian sambal, because there's so many that are cooked. Some are raw, some look like salsa. Definitely going to have to try that. Greg! Grigori, glad that you could join us. Do you lift weights? Yes, I lift weights. Is this person real? I feel like this is a bot that's just dropping weird questions in. Yes, I lift weights. I work out. Might not look like it, but I do. In-person conversation, I know. Podcasters, YouTubers change for annual tours where guests travel along a historic route. Very cool. Examples, the history of the German podcast, Summer of the Rhine trip. Oh, so like speaking of like sort of like a road trip type vibe thing, like I've been thinking like, what would be more interesting for you guys? Baltics or Balkans? Because I love both regions, but for very different reasons. I was thinking about possibly doing a trip from like Vilnius to Kaunas to Riga to Tallinn. Like just sort of because they're also like conveniently located and like travel's really easy. Would you guys like to see like a trip through the Baltics? Or would you guys like to see a trip through the Balkans? More specifically, maybe Bulgaria. So just let me know. Maybe think about it. Which of those regions would be more fascinating? Every time I scroll, I lose everything. Mr. Thacker, I've been summoned to make your own. All right, so Johnny's leaving us. Thank you very much for joining us, Johnny. Our Aussie kindred spirit, defender of Kharkiv. Thank you very much for being with us. The day a man goes to the bath is the day he does not age. Oh, this is definitely a bot. This guy's just dropping like weird stuff. Oh, but the school cafeteria book doesn't have cafeteria pizza recipe. Probably not. And the best school cafeteria pizza that I've had in Ukraine has been in Buffet in Kharkiv. Because they have that like, if there's Americans here, like the little square pizza, like rectangular pizza that you would get that's kind of like floppy. And it has this like weird quasi cheese on it and like terrible sauce, but like it's like like a puffy saltine cracker. Any Americans here that grew up in the 80s or 90s, they remember this pizza. And you would have like a tremendous degree of like nostalgia thinking about it. And so like objectively it's terrible. It's a really terrible pizza. But like having it like in Kharkiv, it was just like so beautiful. It was just like such a cool experience. Oh shit. Oh, almost dropped the laptop. So this is Мужчина блюдо узбекской домашней кухни. Okay, so this is Uzbek food. Cool. Beer's getting warm. Yep, so cafeteria pizza from the States, anyone from America knows that, and anyone who lives in Kharkiv and tries buffet pizza, you've literally tried like 1990s, I would say, U.S. cafeteria school food pizza for little kids. Yes, I know since I know what I'm saying, a lot of stuff. There's Malaysian, Singapore, Filipino. The true globalist. Fun fact, the book's paper was probably imported from Finland, since Soviets had very limited production of premium gloss paper for print. I don't think that was gloss, though. I think it's matte, but it is very thick, though. Hello from Switzerland. Wow, wow. I don't think that I've got very many viewers from Switzerland. I'll bet the local high-end university has searchable articles from popular Soviet newspapers and journals. Probably. I was just talking to a cousin on the phone. Her dad is Russian Jewish, I guess. Wonder what their food is like. Russian Jewish. So, like, Yiddish? There's a lot of, like, matzahs and that type of stuff. Like, so, like, Yiddish food is really interesting. I think that would be cool to sort of research a bit more. I mean, the newspapers had to argue. I wish to argue with you behind beers and salo in some Kiev Zazum, are you in Kiev? We can do that. If anyone here is in Kiev, by the way, or Ukraine in general, I'm not opposed to meeting. Even though, like, I kind of just stay in my apartment all the time. I'm like a hermit. But yeah, I'd definitely love to meet and talk about food. One of the guys here I saw, I'm like, Grigory, he recognized me on the street, and he gave me some homemade food that he made. And I owe him a bottle of Georgian cognac. I have not forgotten. It was his birthday recently, so happy birthday. I owe you a bottle of cognac, and I've not forgotten. I will bring it to you the next time we meet. I think a counterpoint in the Cold War of the Soviets, wet markets that kept people in the food while American corporate food industry pulled us further and further away. That is one thing that's like really upsetting about like when I go home to America and then like I'm like subject to like shopping in American grocery stores, is it's just like the quality of the food is so low. Like here you can just go outside and get like really incredible, really fresh, really seasonal stuff that's like a little bit more expensive than like a mass market store, but like the quality of it is just like a universe away from where you would be otherwise. Like really high quality, really incredible stuff. So that's one of the things that like I miss so much about going to the States is the markets here in Ukraine. Like when you go to like an American grocery store, like the periphery, so like the outside line of the grocery store is where they keep the fresh stuff. So that's like meat and vegetables and cheese, whatever, dairy, bread, whatever. But everything in the center of an American grocery store is shit. It's processed, it's canned, it's packaged, it's dehydrated, it's, you know, super processed, ultra mega, whatever. It's awful. So that's what I miss so much about going back to the States. Cooking in Ukraine is really cool because you have access to so much stuff. So yeah, Zazazum, let me know. When I was in Georgia, the best was shkubreli, crispy chicken and a bubbly garlic creamy sauce. Yes. So they have that. They also have like tzatziki. So it's like a hen in a walnut sauce. I love that. Love that. Here's hoping you do more streams. I've been following you for a little while and got addicted ever since. Yeah, I really want to do streams. Like language, travel, that kind of stuff. I really enjoy it. I'd love to do like meetups too. I think it's like cool to have like dialogue. One-way conversation. I'm really like not an egomaniac. Like I really enjoy like hearing what you guys have to say as well. It's fascinating. Estonian cuisine, 90% of the dishes originated from some other country. Yeah. I love food history and your take on Soviet post-Soviet foods. Thank you, Mr. Jack Hagman. I appreciate the support. Salyanka is served daily in every restaurant. It must be a national food then. Well, yeah, I mean, like, there could... So, like, so Matthias, I guess that's your name, Matthias. I'm just going to call you Matthias. So, he's Estonian. He's talking about how Salyanka is in every restaurant you can eat it daily in Estonia. But solyanka is a Russian dish. But certain localizations of that specific dish can be so nationalized by a different group of people that it becomes theirs. So maybe Estonians have done so much to transform this dish into something separate that it becomes wholly their own, you know? New York didn't invent the pizza, but New York pizza is totally different than every other pizza. Same with, like, Chicago pizza. There are ways that certain locales cannot invent a dish but transform it so much that it becomes their own. So maybe Estonia's done that with solyanka. I don't know. I think it would be very fascinating to try it. It could be exactly the same. Who knows? So yes, there are ways to sort of like appropriate like a dish, but you really just like incorporate it so deeply into like your national identity and transform it enough that it's become different. Speaking of school and cafeteria food, any recipe on that? I don't know. The picture I've seen is appetizing. I'll look after the stream. I'll look through the little kid books to see if there's any interesting school foods. School pizza, yes. Oh, Tasting History did the school pizza. Oh, good. I'm glad someone who's got an actual audience is doing that, because the little kid school pizza is classic. I love it to death. Was made possible by liquid pizza crust. Nubby. So I think that like that crust is actually preformed. I don't think that it came from liquid. I don't think it came from dough. I think it's closer to like a cracker. So like ultra thin crust pizzas that are made like on scale at like Domino's or whatever, they come in pre-shaped packages. So they're kind of like slightly dehydrated, and then all they have to do is like put the sauce on it and like hydrate it, but they come like pre-shaped. So maybe that's how they came in? I don't know. Matthias, the mixture in Estonia, we have our own influence over these dishes like in other parts of the world. Yeah, Zazazum, like exactly like what I said. Like certain dishes can become so localized. Like even within Ukraine, borscht is Ukrainian, totally Ukrainian. But within Ukraine, there's certain regional differences that make it specific to that area. Like if you eat borscht in like the Poltava area, it's very peppery, and it's not there's very little beets, so the color looks off. Like when I have borscht from Poltava, it's like red, and it's got like a really like a bell pepper flavor, and you're like, ugh, what is this? But it's theirs. So these regional variations are the spice of life. Miller Pack finally made it to Alive. I'm glad we're all alive at Alive together live streaming. So glad to have you here, Miller Pack. I'd have to vote for the Baltics for me because I could finally get to see you make a review of Königsklubs. Königsberger Clubs. What is Königsberger Clubs? I'm very excited about that. Can I copy and paste from here? Yes, I can. Might be too lazy to like Google when you guys are all here together. Oh, I've had this. Yes, the little meatballs. Yes, and I like them. I sometimes visit Kiev as I bring donations to Ukraine. I live in Estonia. Ah, shit. Excellent. Yes. So the next time you are in Kiev, let me know, and I will buy you a beer, because anyone from Estonia that helps Ukraine is a friend of mine. Gregory, I was upset. Yes. Glad that you're here, though. My understanding is that Russian Polish Jewish cuisine basically means heavy on schmaltz to keep it kosher. I guess so. I'm not really well versed in Yiddish cuisine, but I do know that there's like so many regulations on like what Orthodox Jews can eat. So they find ways to get around that, especially like in Eastern Europe, where like pork is crazy popular. If you come to Estonia, I can arrange for a fixer to get the max experience. That would be amazing. I would love that. I would love the ultimate Estonian experience. So, Zazum, if you have Instagram, add me on Instagram. It's Kitchen Cosmonaut as well. I would actually love to stay in touch. I just had an idea. I'll rent a house with a full kitchen and come visit Ukraine with the primary goal of cooking the most of my meals there with the local recipes. Yeah. If you come here with a full kitchen, that would be very cool. I would love to join you, maybe cook some for you. What is your favorite Ukrainian dish? It's borscht. The best dish in Ukraine, I think it's hands down, is borscht. I don't think that there's anything that even comes close. I think that borscht is my second favorite soup. I think that my favorite soup is like, it's pho. Like Vietnamese pho is the best. It's the king of soups. And it's like much higher than borscht. But like borscht is by far my favorite Ukrainian dish. Next, maybe like salo. I also love deruni. Super love deruni. Halupsi, very good. Very good. I hate chaladets. But yeah, borscht is the best Ukrainian dish. I don't even think it's close. I don't think there's a competition there. Have you ever watched Three Pitch Restaurant in Kharkiv? Pics. Yeah. I've been there, but I didn't have time to go in because I was with Lyosha and he was on leave from the service, and he doesn't like nice places. Lyosha loves to eat at dumps. You haven't tasted a Ukrainian school pizza yet. There's a Ukrainian school pizza? Oh, that's got to be awful. A thick yeast bun with mayonnaise, ketchup, and a few pieces of cheap boiled sausage. Jesus. I think you mispronounced Ukrainian school pizza and should just be prison pizza. God, that sounds grim. It was my first experience with live YouTube commenting and drinking cool stuff. See ya. Zaza, thank you very much for joining. I think I might be late on these comments. So Zaza, thank you very much for joining. Please add me on Instagram. Love to have more Estonians. Yeah, 3 stoves. So Pics, I think that Pics would be more like an oven. So the stove is like, in English, like stove is the top. So like you have the hobs, like plitka. And then like Pics is more like duhovce, like in the oven. So like, but you have like Pics, which is more like a cultural oven. So you have like the old like earthenware oven. So it would be more like a wood fire oven. So three wood oven, something like that. 3 oven. But stove is like plitka. It's like the top. By the way, I've tried some of your dishes. Some I didn't like. The macaroni po-flotski. Yep. Kotlety. Kotlety is one of my favorite dishes too. It's a little kid dish though. I would say that it's not one that's got like finesse or class, but I love a good kotlety. Beef bone star anise, black cinnamon, caramel. Yes, full. Sweet cherry. I swear to God, this is a bot. This guy's just like picking words from different areas. Sweet cherry dumplings come quite close to borscht for me. I like the like черешни вареники, but like it's kind of one note. So you have, it's like a little cherry pie, but borscht is like a symphony of flavors. You have like beet with like notes of carrot in the background of like the tomato, and then like the cabbage that adds a little bit of texture, and potato for like this hearty core, and like the meat flavor sort of permeates within. Like borscht is just such an elegant soup. It's really well, like from a technical standpoint, borscht is just such a well executed dish. What about Muslim food? We talked about Tatar food. I swear you're a bot. All right, so I caught up on all the comments. I believe in a thing called love. I'm getting hot in here. Jesus, I'm sweating myself a bra. Oh, by the way, does anyone watch Community? Got my Community shirt on. All right, so speaking of Islamic food, this is food from Central Asia. So we can talk about Central Asian food for a little bit. I would say that, like, Kazakh food, like from Kazakhstan, is very fascinating. It's probably the most diverse, just because like the land area is quite big and their proximity to Russia gives them like greater exposure to other things. Uzbek food is very plov centric. I would say that like Uzbekistan has like the best plov in Central Asia. A lot of diversity, really well done. Some of it's not, but you know, they all can't be winners. And then like Kyrgyz food is very cool because like they seem more like nomadic than the rest of Central Asia, and so like there's a lot of horses. So horse meat is super popular in Kyrgyzstan. So like you can get like horse-based dishes and horse sausages and horse steaks and all this stuff, and it's super good. Like horse meat is really awesome. So Central Asian food is really fascinating, really, really, really fascinating. But I would say like at its very core, it is like bishbarmak, plov, of course, shashlik, but that's kind of like everywhere, and manti. Like plov and manti are the most prevalent sort of Central Asian dishes. So I think this might be more like a visual book. Oh, it's coming apart. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, and this type of bread here, in Russian it's called lipyoshki. I don't know what it is. I forgot what it is in Uzbek or Turkic. But basically, so like they make like a wheel of bread, and they have like a soft pit, and they'll like roll it into it to make a divot, and then they have like a stamp with these metal prongs that like are inside it, and they like stamp it'll be like some sort of pattern. It can be like a flower or like some sort of like geometric shape or whatever, and they'll like stamp the bread and then they put it into like a tandoor oven, and it comes out in Georgia they call it like a tonis oven. But like Central Asia and the Caucasus areas, they have really, 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 really cool street breads. Really, really cool street breads. Oh, look at this. Is that a skull? Yeah, I think it is. But yeah, like lots of soups, lots of fried things. And since they are majority Muslim, there's almost no pork in anything. So if you do not like pork, you can go to Central Asia. So ifle Allah, atla, atala, ifele atala. Ученый soup с shkvarkami. That can't be like shkvark. So shkvarki is cracklins, but it can't be from pork. So what is the meat there? Sala. Really? That can't be from Uzbekistan. Why would you have shkvarki? Okay, that's weird. It just says sala, so maybe it could be like fat from beef? I don't know. That's weird. So like a rice dish, like a kumulan atala, молочный суп с мясным фаршем. Oh God, what? You would have like ground meat in like a milk dish? Why would you do that? Подать на стол на косах, посыпав черным молотым перцем, стаканчиком ухом, жира, сало распилено на топленое масло, ловки лука, мясного фарша. But it just says like мясного фарша. It doesn't say like which animal it's from. So I guess it's like dealer's choice. Ugh. And then they all just kind of begin looking like look at this. What am I looking at? Like the picture, it's pretty. Like it's framed well. At least there's like some story that they're telling visually. Khamir Osh. Oh, Osh! Osh is very cool. Very cool. But I thought that was Kyrgyz. So here's like a better picture of like the lipyoshka. So here you'll see there's that like central divot, and there's like that stamp that they would put with like all the spikes in it to give it that impression. So like on this outer edge of the bread, it's like very fluffy and light and airy. So it's like it has give to it, and like you pull it and it's very stringy, like very doughy. But in the center, because it's been mashed, it's very crispy and crunchy and like hard. So you're getting like sort of two textures of bread with this, and it's a very clever design because like on the outside there's also very crunchy too. Very beautiful. This has to be Monty. Yeah, Monty, крупнее правильно пельмени. Oh, God. So they like, I guess that this is for like a Russian audience. 1986. Yeah. So like Monty. So, and they describe it as like a fat steamed pelmeni. So it's like крупно парование с пельмени. So this is for like a Russian person who doesn't understand what like manti is. So it's like this dumpling. And it is not pelmeni at all. At all. Not even close. It is a dumpling of sorts, but like the descriptor of this is trying to make a Russian, linguistically Russian-speaking person understand. Oh, wow! This is super cool. So they have like a visual illustration of like the steam setup, because they're steamed dumplings. So like this is what the dish looks like that steams dumplings. And I went to Kyrgyzstan, and I visited a friend of mine that I met in America. He was a Fulbright scholar. So he was in Bishkek, and I went to go visit him, and I made him khinkali. And when I went to boil the khinkali, he was like, whoa, 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 you should steam it. And he had like this contraption. And I was like, no, you boil khinkali. And he was like, convinced I was incorrect. But I showed him. And then like you see this like very cool, very detailed, this book is kind of falling apart too, so I'm trying to be very careful. Like folding the Monty is a very, 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 very difficult task. Like it's super tough. Like to make Monty fold the right way. Same with khinkali, but I've got way more practice making khinkali. But it's very cool that they have like a little visual description of how, like a comic on how to do it. And then these pictures are really pretty. This book is gorgeous. I got this book. I bought one of the other cookbooks. I think this was in Dnipro. And they just gave it. They're like, hey, just take this. And I was like, okay. Because I was haggling with them. I was like, hey, I'll give you like 800 for it. And they're like, no, it's 1,000. I was like, no, it's 800. And they're like, 900 and I'll give you this book. So that's how I ended up with this. And this is actually like super nice. And then but like, do you see the spoons there? Like there's painted wooden spoons. That is Russian. So they're like adding Russian flair to things that are very, very, very Uzbek. So that's sort of the target audience here is a Russian trying to learn Central Asian cuisine. This is fascinating. And I mentioned beshbarmak. So here's beshbarmak. So this is one of the key dishes of Central Asia. And they have like this is typically made with like a horse sausage and like a broad noodle. So very cool. And then they have like, you see this milk? It's not milk, but it's like a fermented dairy beverage. So they have tons. They have like camel and horse and cow and goat and fresh and fermented and sour and all of, they have like a huge variety of different dishes. Yeah, so here you can see like even better, like that central design that's been pressed with that punch. Very cool. This is a super neato book. Very beautiful. Very well done. I am impressed with this. So that's a sort of a look. I would say that this is a pretty good job of doing like a broad review. I didn't see any plov here, but there's gotta be. Like, there's no book about Uzbek food without plov in it. So we'll find the plov. Oh, these little fried dough balls. God, they're everywhere. Everywhere. The liposhka again. Where is the plov? God, that looks like naan. Who doesn't love a good garlic naan? Well, what is this? What do they call this? Oh my God. Falmana. That's not a letter that's in Cyrillic. Any of my, like, Shit. This is not a letter in Cyrillic. Filmande. Filmindi. That is not a Cyrillic letter. I don't understand where that came from. Interesting. Gulhon. Where is your plov? Alright, I won't hijack us too much. Look at that. It's so pretty. This is a really well done book. Good job, guys. Whoever made this. Neato. So, yeah, Central Asia has, like, a lot of really interesting stuff. When I did a tour of Central Asia, I was really sort of impressed, but the food there is crazy heavy. Like, if anyone's been to the Czech Republic, it's just too much. It's too much. After, like, a month there, you're dying. Natalie, Nat P3450, thank you so much for joining. Oh my god, it has been 3 hours already. How are you guys doing? Everyone got energy? Everyone got a little beverage? I don't want to drag this on too much. Again, I feel like I'm possibly talking to myself here. Experiment with German cabbage. Alright, so I'll roll back through chat. Yes, not the complexity, but the level of pleasure. Oh, that's true. That's true. The cherry dumplings are very good. They're not complex, but they are very good. By the way, do you have any plan to do a video on Crimean Tartar? Yes. I would like to do a video on cheburek. And then there's also like a unfried cheburek type thing. I forgot the name of it. But instead of being fried, they cook it on a hot iron dome. So it's an unfried cheburek, and it's thinner. I forgot the name of it. I apologize. But yes, I do want to do some Crimean, sort of like Islamic-based dishes as well. I didn't watch Community, but I do watch OG Law and Order. Good to know. I've been experimenting with German cabbage dishes. I'm wanting to expand my cabbage collection based to Eastern Europe. It's such a good companion to beer. Yes. So I have been making like a roast duck with like a slightly fermented, so like I will pickle it for like half a day. And then fry it, and it has to be a red cabbage. So I make like a Czech style dish. So they have like a roast duck with a quasi pickled and then sautéed cabbage. Incredible! I love it. It's one of my favorite like Czech dishes. Horse meat is awesome. Yes, horse meat is fantastic. If you've not tried horse meat and like you're not like mentally weirded out by like the idea of eating horse, then I would very much suggest eating horse meat. Am I too dark? Is that better? I feel red. I think I got sunburned. Cheers, guys, by the way. Thank you so much for joining me. This is super cool to be able to engage with you guys. I really like talking to an audience that loves food, because so many of my friends aren't really foodies. So I feel like I'm holding them captive when I have like a rant about cabbage or pickles. I think they think that I'm maybe insane. So it's nice to have like-minded people. So if any of you are in Kiev or Ukraine, let me know. Let me know. I would love to have a meetup. Maybe we'll have like a potluck or something. Horse meat is awesome. I haven't seen Matt make macaroni po-flotsky. There shouldn't be any ketchup. So macaroni po-flotsky is just like pomodorsky pasta. So it's just like a tomato paste. They didn't have ketchup in the Soviet Union, so it would be like a tomato paste, not ketchup. Went to a restaurant, Little Russian, a neighborhood in my USA. Owner greeted me in Russian, but not to other guests. After he asked me, "You were the only guest not spoken." Yes. If the owner saw someone come in and someone had maybe not like a sour face, but just like a blank face, they would think that you're maybe Slavic. But like, it's kind of funny, like when I go home with my family, so I have no connection to Ukraine, Russia, Slavic, anything. I am baseball and hot dogs American. So when I go home and I go out with like my mom, whatever, my mom and my sisters, and like a waitress or someone will be Ukrainian or Slavic, and I'll be like, "Hey, where are you from?" I'll hear their accent, and they'll say like, "Oh, Odessa, whatever, Lviv," and then I'll start speaking to them in Ukrainian, and they will assume that everyone at the table is also Ukrainian speaking. So it's very fascinating because my mom won't just be like, I don't speak Ukrainian. My mom will just smile and just be like, as this waitress is just like speaking Ukrainian to her. And then I'll just have to tell her, like, no, my mom doesn't speak Ukrainian. And, like, the waitress doesn't understand how I can speak Ukrainian, but my mom doesn't. Because, like, I guess Ukrainians don't understand someone that would, like, learn Ukrainian and have, like, no connection to Ukraine. They feel like it would just be, like, familial. So it's always fascinating when I go back to the States and then go out and like, speak Ukrainian to people with my family. Oh, really? Since I remember the essential macaroni and ketchup, I'm misremembering since it was a long time ago. No, it's not ketchup. It's a pasta sauce. It would be like a literal pasta. I think that with the struggle foods, when I made the struggle food video with Lyosha, I made just noodles with ketchup. So that was just noodles with ketchup. So that would be like what a little kid in like the post-Soviet world would eat. Poverty food. But macaroni po-flotsky would not have ketchup. Would you grill meat with juniper or what? I like allspice. What is this guy? Maybe he's like non-native English speaker? I don't know. My mom is from, I guess that's Turkmenistan. And I have been doing their old good times. Traveled there by train from Moscow. The food was awesome. So guess who? What is your favorite, like, Turkmenistan dish? Maybe fat from a camel. It could be from a camel. Could be from a horse. I don't know where this, like, Central Asian salad would come from. Shkvarki is fried. Yeah, so shkvarki in English we would call it cracklings. So it can be, like, skinned. But, yeah, it's basically, like, the part of the fat back that has some of the meat that is fried until it's crispy. I'm calling it a night. All right, JC. Thank you so much for joining us, even though I think you may have already been gone. I hope that you add me as well, JC. You're a cool guy. Very interesting to talk to so many cool people. Creamy chicken soup. This guy just keeps talking. In Uzbekistan, cracklings are most likely made from lamb. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Grigory. My man, just popping in for a minute to say that I adore your channel, especially you making your friends try American barbecue. Keep up the good fight. Stay weird. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you very much, Mike. Glad that you support the channel. Big love to Chicago. The second largest Polish city in the world is Chicago, behind Warsaw. So, thank you, Chicago. Love the show. Show and tell, Matt. Your Soviet library is interesting. Glad I could catch it live. Thank you, Real Dominguez. I'm going to see if I have other books that I can prop up here and show off. All right. I'll do this one then. Boom! Atlas. Unfried chipmunk is probably Yantic. I thought it started with a D, but it could be Yantic. Like, I thought it was like Duranik, something like that. But it could be Yantic. It's like white flour tortilla, but fried with, like, meat inside. I know it's not usual, but you add a bit of cheese with the chipmunk. It's awesome. It's one of my favorites. Yes! I know that it's, like, crazy uncouth to add cheese to chibareki, but it is pretty good. Yantic. Okay, yeah, so 2 people said Yantic. Cheers, you got at least one drinking. Hey! Evil Cyborg Group. Hey, you're still here. Cheers, guys. Evil Cyborg Group to everyone. I hope that you guys are enjoying your Friday. Wherever you are, however you are. I hope that your day is a little bit better, and I hope that your weekend gets even better than this. So, through the collective power of communal complaining and cheap beer, I think I've neared the end of my beer jug adventure. But again, like, how gorgeous is that? Look at that. Fantastic. By the way, if you want to totally confuse the Ukrainian, you can say, like, this is Taras Shevchenko. So basically he is like the Ukrainian Shakespeare. And he always has this mustache. But on the 100 grivna note, it's his young portrait. So if you want to confuse or impress a Ukrainian, you can say, who's on the 100 grivna note? Shevchenko. Does he have a mustache? And most Ukrainians will just like instinctively say like, yes. But most Ukrainians don't really think like, Shevchenko didn't have a mustache? It's like Abraham Lincoln without his hat, you know? So if you want to impress a Ukrainian, you can say, does Taras Shevchenko have a mustache on the 100 hryvnia note? He does not. He's young. It's his young self-portrait. Please, more drinking videos with your friends and Lyosha. Yes, so I'm actually working on that. I actually went to this maker. So this is Kontabas. So this is an ancient sort of Ukrainian spirit that is made with the budding flower of the blackcurrant tree or plant. So I went there to their distillery and I reviewed the owner, or interviewed the owner and reviewed the product. And I'm collecting weird spirits to review with Lyosha. And I have right now behind me, totally ready to go, a bag of American beers. From very cheap to very craft. Sorry. And I'm just waiting for Lyosha to have leave from the front and come back to Kiev, and we're going to review. So the two of us will have a Strange Alcohols from the World review, and then an American Beers review. So more drinking with Lyosha coming up soon. And I do plan to go to Kharkiv to visit him again and cook at the front, but that will come a little bit later, but before the end of summer for sure. Because I love Kharkiv in the summer. Kharkiv, if you guys don't know, Kharkiv is one of the most beautiful cities in all of Ukraine. I think that the two best cities in Ukraine are Lviv and Kharkiv, like on opposite ends of the spectrum, and for totally different reasons. They have different vibes, they have different feels, different energies, but I love them. Kharkiv is one of my favorite areas. So once Lyosha has some leave, we'll film some more. The East Germans had the same ketchup using pasta sauce you mentioned in struggle meals. Ketchup, paste, and sugar, grilled onions, lard, etc. Yeah, you can make your own ketchup. You can make your own ketchup for sure. Drinking etiquette in Ukraine. Whoa, that's a tall order. Because it kind of depends on the time period that you're talking about. Walking with you. So like when I first came to Ukraine, like they were just leaving this phase of like rampant alcoholism. So like the drinking culture in Ukraine was like so aggressive and so hard and so like self-destructive when I came here. But they were just sort of like leaving that period. And it was sort of accelerated by the conflict with Russia, like in 2014. But now I would say that like the drinking here is way low. I mean, there's obviously like booze hounds and like people who drink too much, but like broadly speaking, especially with the younger generation, like people are drinking way less in Ukraine, way less. But I think that we would do, Lyosha wants to do this. It's his idea. He wants to do a how to drink vodka video where I would cook him specific foods and he would talk about like how you pair vodka with different things and what you should eat and the order you eat them in. But for me, I think that vodka is like not worthy of that much attention, but he's very passionate about vodka. Come on, dude. You're Ukrainian, just face it. Yeah, I mean, I think that my heart is Ukrainian. Definitely. I identify with Ukraine. It's my home. I don't want to be grim, but like I'm prepared to die here. Ukraine is where I should be. And supporting Ukraine is probably the most important thing I'll ever do with my life. So I feel very proud to be here. I have total confidence in the country, and I support them with everything that I have. I think that supporting Ukraine is very, very vital. And it gives me the right to complain about Ukraine in the future. So I'm a big complainer, as most Americans and British people are. So when things go wrong in the future, I'll be able to say, like, oh, we shouldn't do that, blah, 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 blah. Like, but I was here during the war. I went to the front. I helped out. I supported. I cooked. Like, that's what all these protesters that are here, protesting against, like, the decisions against, like, the changes in the military. They've earned it. They live here. They need to have their voice heard. And Ukrainians won't be silenced. Ukrainians are impressive people. They're not on time. They're not on time. But they're brave. I think that I might technically not be true anymore about Chicago. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Regal sled. I think that that's probably like a super old statistic, maybe from like 98 or something like that. Like Poland, a lot of the Polish population sort of like fled, but I think that a lot of them have come back home because like Poland is one of the stronger economies in the EU now. So, oh, lots of Polish there. They work hard. They play harder. I once had 4 kielbasa and an entire bottle of Krupnik at a cookout and woke up home naked. Literally. Hey, that means you had a good time, Mike. You had a good time. Bunch of kielbasa and some Krupnik at a cookout, and then you woke up naked. As long as you didn't lose your phone, keys, your wallet, that's a good night. I'd say that's a good night. Yes, please, how to drink vodka. Yes, Lyosha has very specific ideals on how to consume vodka. Like, for me, it's whiskey. I have very specific sort of, like, rituals around the consumption of whiskey. So, like, I have, like, Glencairn glasses. I adore whiskey. This is actually, like, a Ukrainian 10-year single malt. So, I just got this to put it here. But, like, obviously, Scotch is superior. I haven't even tried this, and I would still say Scotch is superior. But, like, very ritualized. I'm very specific, maybe autistic, in how my Scotch is consumed. But he's that way about vodka. Lyosha is very specific about vodka. Caviar must be paired with vodka. Yes, he very much agrees with that as well. This was basically the DDR stripped down version of Jagerschnitzel, where the mushroom sauce is replaced with ketchup. Oh, God. A creamy mushroom sauce is replaced with ketchup. So you basically just turn just like a sort of like mushroom cream sauce schnitzel into a fried chicken patty with ketchup on it. Yummy. Interestingly enough, stuff like this remains somewhat fondly remembered in East Germany. So it's Oldstagle, portmanteau of nostalgia. Oh, okay. And it moved. Here's another way to confuse the Ukrainian. Ask them what Taras Shevchenko's father's name. People will usually picture a single name. Just get confused. I actually don't know what Shevchenko's father's name is. I've been exploring DDR cuisine, and I'm traveling to Germany soon to explore the former DDR. I actually really enjoyed Eastern Germany. I thought it was charming. Obviously, it's not as like Lederhosen and Schnitzel as like, Bavaria or like whatever, or like Hanover, but it's got a lot of charm. It's very cool. I enjoyed it. So I hope that you enjoy your time in Eastern Germany. All of you guys out there, let me know in chat, what are your summer travel plans? Where do you guys want to, or if you've never traveled anywhere or you don't have any travel plans, where would you go? Best case. I want to see if I've been there. So let me know where you're going or where you would like to go. And I'm curious if I've been there. There's a joke that students tried to do a mulled wine and end up with hot pepper. So, like Slavic people really enjoy like spicy vodkas. Like Slavs don't really eat spicy food, but they do love spicy vodkas. I think they think that it like heals them. Because I remember when I was in Georgia, they gave me like pepper vodka, and they're like, "Oh, this will make you feel better." I was like, "No, this will make me feel drunk." Окрошка овощи. Якутская кухня. Okay. So, this book is like Atlas Кулинарных мудростей. So this is like the Atlas of Culinary Wisdom. And this is Yakutska, which is a region in Russia. And has a Okroshka. So I guess this is like niche? This has to be like way niche. Yakutsk is like small. Yeah, see, these are more like, this is a beautifully like set up picture by Soviet standards, but it's not well done. See, like there's already a problem, like borscht zeleny. So this is green borscht, and then not green borscht. Womp womp. They're like, what the fuck is that? It's like a hard-boiled egg with like dill. That's not what you wouldn't eat this with borscht. Then what is that? What am I even looking at? Ugh. Yaitsefarshino. Ah! So the hard-boiled egg dish that I made. Oh God, they're here. Damn! Why didn't I didn't find this book in time. Oh, it's a whole page of it. So if you saw my hard-boiled egg video, so these are all hard-boiled eggs. Look at that. Yaitsefarshinoviy salatum skrivet. So this is with shrimp. So these are all different varieties. God. With cheese. These actually turned out super well. I made them for the video. Selyodka. Oh, so herring. So this one has fish in it. Yuck City. And then like little matroshka dolls, and then like the plants here. So this is like the Uzbek cookbook was set up very beautifully, very naturally. And then the same with like the so like we'll just set this here. Easy. So like the Uzbek cookbook, you'll see here, like, look, they just laid like roses here. They just put like a matroshka, like a nesting doll beside it. So they just think like, okay, that's pretty. But then you look at like this, you see, like, they're taking lighting and proportion and like depth into consideration. Like this is a picture that tells more of a story. Like these are all better set up, organized, arranged, and they're putting like, you can tell that they're like performing for the Russian audience by adding this like little kitschy schlock here, but these are so much better pictures. And so is this like Daria. So like this is the difference that like a talented photographer and like someone just take like this. You see that there's like depth, there's shadow, there's light. There's something here, you know? Like the colors are washed out. It's an old book. It looks terrible. I get it. But like you get the proportionality, like the setup. It all feels more lively. Okay, that's a bad picture. Like this one. That's beautiful. That's super pretty. Look at that. That is gorgeous. And then look at this shit. Womp. They're like, well, let's just put a vase of flowers and then like salati kotlets. Like, look at how busy that picture is. That's too much happening. And then again, this is another like version of like the Soviet cookbooks that just show you like how bloated they are with recipes. Look at this. Starts at 31, ends at 49. 2 pages. 2 pages. 20 recipes in 2 pages. How much can you learn to cook if you have this many recipes in just 2 pages? It's ridiculous. But this book is really well like bound. Not to be a total hater. From Kiev, 1990. Okay, so this is like the death knell of the Soviet Union. Pampushki, prazniki. So like a holiday pampushki. Oh, there's so much just like nothing here. Well, how did I see Yakutsk here? And then like Kyrgyzskaya. Is that another region in Russia? Kyrgyzska. Vengriska. Okay, so like Hungarian. All right. All right, so yeah, this is a better example of like a well, I wouldn't say well done, a higher quality Soviet-style cookbook. Just like stuffed to the gills with like nonsensical recipes that no one's ever going to cook. Like, how are you going to make like 15 versions of one dish? Like, why do you need 20 versions of an omelet? I'm going to go open my window. I'll be right back because it's like crazy hot in here. Did you miss me? Yeah, this is more sort of in line with like a lot of what the Soviet cookbooks look like. So a lot of them I've kept sort of out of here because I wanted us to review the like higher quality ones that have like more visual engagement. Just because, again, like flipping through page after page after page is stuffed with recipes is not fun. But this is kind of more what like these books are like. And like for the American audience, like the table of contents is not in the beginning; it's at the end. So that is something that's like a little bit odd. Just like look at that. Damn it. Woo. Like, look at that. It's like the Bible. It's as boring as the Bible. You want to learn how to cook from this? Jeez. Ugh. Alright, what is the topic here? It's just like it's a literal wall of text. Свежие языки. Предварка тушеные 4 до 6 часов в холодной воде, чтобы вареных языков. So it's about like how to like boil a tongue for like 5 pages. It doesn't like, it just doesn't stop. It's just page after page text. You can't learn to cook from this. You cannot. It's like an impossible. It's literally the Bible, but like in the most negative and derogatory way. Awful. D minus. Ugh. Okay. Get back to the chat. Caviar must be prepared with vodka. Interesting. Okay. My dad was talking about seeing some new temporary space exhibit with a TIE fighter looking like they just had the USAF Museum in Daytona Heights. Okay. Never traveled abroad. Oh, going to the... Oh, okay. So you want to go to Dayton, Ohio for the USAF Museum. Okay. I drove through Ohio when I was a teenager. It wasn't my choice. And it was a very grim state. I hope that Ohio's become a little bit more interesting. But the USAF Museum does sound super cool. Never traveled abroad. Have money set aside to finally travel. Japan, Norway, Turkey, Germany. Wow, that's a list. Japan because it's so cheap. Is it sarcasm? Are you being sarcastic? I hope you're being sarcastic. Japan because it's so cheap. I'm not even into anime or anything. You're not into anime, but you're going to Japan? I hope you're into food. Japanese food looks awesome. I would love to go to Japan. That's on my list. Like, Japan and China are 2 places that I would love to go to that I haven't been to. But there are certain countries that I think demand more time. Like, you could go to the Czech Republic for 3 days and sort of, like, explore everything that you would need to. You could do the same in, like, Belgium. But when it comes to, like, countries as diverse as Japan... Like, you really need to commit a bit more time. So that's why, like, I haven't been to Japan yet because I haven't been able to commit the, like, proper amount of time. So I would love to go to Japan, but I would love to go for, like, a month. Same with China. So, good luck in Japan. Norway, you don't need very much time. It's not super interesting. It's cool, but not super interesting. Turkey's very cool. Germany can be cool if you have friends. If you have friends in Germany. So, if anyone from Germany knows... suggestions for Riddlestad, let him know. He was a former... Oh, wow. Oh, okay, so Steph, going back to the USAF Museum, an A-10 Warthog mechanic. Okay. The coolest noise any airplane can ever make is the A-10 Warthog. Just... super cool. I'm in Croatia right now, but I'll be traveling on Monday to Budapest. Thursday, visit my folks in the office, Czech Republic. On my Friday, I'll be in Poland. Damn, guess who? You're on the road. You're on the road, son. Croatia, Budapest, Czech Republic, Poland. That's a list. Budapest is a beautiful city. I'm really glad that Hungary changed its government. Just because, like, typically Hungary ends up on the wrong side of history often. But Budapest is a really beautiful city, super beautiful city, and most Hungarians are pretty cool, especially like the more urban ones. So, and the Czech Republic, super awesome beer. This is actually like a Pilsner Urquell glass that I got in the brewery in Boozin, and it's got my nickname, Tank. So, personalized glass. Get all the beer that you can if you go to the Czech Republic. And you should try a dish called svíčková. Svíčková. Very good. It's like a stewed meat with a gravy and then a steamed dumpling. But no stuffing. In the middle of August, I'll go home to Sweden. Oh, you're from Sweden. Oh, okay. That's quite the trek. Where in Sweden are you from? Sweden's an interesting place. My summer travel plans, I wish I could go home to Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv, yeah, it's a tough place to be. Hopefully Mykolaiv will liberate itself. Mykolaiv, also the home of Ukraine's best cherries. I dream to travel to Spain and Portugal. Oh, two of my favorite countries, for sure. Linguistically, I really enjoy Spanish and Portuguese. I love the area. The fish there is just fantastic. I'd put away so many of those eggs. I do love a good hard-boiled egg, for sure. I don't know about with stuffed herring, but a good hard-boiled egg's fantastic. Canada, Thailand, Singapore. It's a pretty solid list. Thailand is, like, for me, head and shoulders above the rest of those. Thailand is magical. Like, the food there, the energy, really cool. Like, different areas have like wildly different cuisines, and then go to the night markets. If you're in Thailand, you have to go to the night markets. They're just awesome. A lot of people just go there and they do like touristy, creepy things in Thailand, and they miss like the whole world of like the cuisine that exists there. It's an awesome place. What do you do for a living? Do you own a condo in Kiev? Do you rent or own? I live in Kiev. I work in tech, I guess I could say. Otherwise, I'd tell you in person. But I live in Kiev full time, and my adult job is tech. But I would love to sort of become like the culinary ambassador for Ukraine and Eastern Europe. That's sort of like my dream. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I would love to sort of share these culinary experiences with a group of people that probably don't know them. You know, like, the average American probably has no concept of what Ukrainian food is. And then, like, to differentiate Ukrainian and Russian food for them is a total impossibility. And then, like, do they even know where the Baltics are? Like, probably not. Like, so what is Lithuanian food to someone who doesn't know where the Baltics are? And then in relative juxtaposition to like what is Slavic food. So like I would like for people to understand what the food and cultures of this area are. So that's sort of like my goal. But I work in IT and I hate it. I hate it so much. Maybe a heavy question, but where do you see Russia-Ukraine relations in the next 2 to 3 generations? Do you see any chance of so like the problem is like the issue between Ukraine and Russia is like Russia has a cultural failing that needs to be addressed. I know some really good Russians, and that's why I don't want to paint all of Russia with a negative brush, because it's really dehumanizing to call like entire groups of people like subhuman or like worthy of like whatever negative thing you'd want to say. So I try not to do that. But I would say like culturally as a whole, Russia is a failed culture. It's problematic to its core. Sort of like the opposite of Iran. Like I've met so many Persians that I think are just like really good, nice people. Like they're just ruled by like psychopaths. But Russia has sort of like a cultural issue that needs to be like addressed first. Sort of like a de-brainwashing. Oh, there's a better word for it. I don't remember it at the moment. Deprogramming, something like that. Where they need to be like stepped down a bit and just be like, chill. Like, what are you doing? It is possible that like relations could normalize, sort of like, you know, like you mentioned, like Germany and France, you know, the U.S. and Japan, like within a single generation, like everything's cool again, like, and even shorter, like the U.S. and Vietnam. So it is possible that things will normalize, but it would take like a very traumatic change to the Russian culture, the Russian mentality. So I would say I have no problem with Russia, the concept of Russia. A lot of Ukrainians want them rightly destroyed. And it's very hard. Like, how do you tell someone who's lost their daughter and their wife and their home to this war of aggression? Like, how do you tell them, like, oh, no, don't hate them all? Like, you can't tell them that. But I try and look at things from, like, a zoomed-out perspective. They're trying to kill me. Like, I get bombed 3 times a week. And I still try and maintain some of my humanity around this concept. Like, okay, you can't hate them all. Like, it's just like, it's tough. It's a tough sort of question to sort of grapple with. But something needs to change at its core. The Russian people need to sort of like assert themselves. And they need to break free of this, like, desire for submission. Like, Russians seem to love dictatorships, and they need to be able to live in a country where they are able to voice themselves. But as a whole, it's sort of a failed culture as it is. And I'm saying that in like a positive way. I wish all the best for Russia, which would involve a dead Putin and them getting the hell out of Ukraine. So I don't think that it'll happen, but I would love to see normalized relationships between Ukraine and Russia within a generation. Once in a student year, I made sparkling vodka. What are you doing? Sparkling vodka? That's like something that like white girls would do. Rich white girls. We made sparkling vodka. Damn, it punches a lot. Yes, it punches a lot. You should not do it. That's insane. Why would you make sparkling vodka? Carbonated vodka? I would like to drink vodka and then burp and then have all of my burps burn and then vomit. That's insane. Barman, you're insane. Interesting, soccer rivalries are different for each country. England sees Germany as a major rival, but Germany does not. Instead, I like to see Netherlands as a major rival. Okay. I am really bad at football. You don't have to say soccer. I understand what you mean by football. I don't think you're talking about like the NFL. But I'm really bad at following football. I really don't care. I watch the World Cup, I watch the Euro Cup, like, passively, but I don't really have a team. I like Arsenal, but that's only because I had a roommate in Tbilisi who liked Arsenal, so indifferent about football. Having been alive in the area, these photos look washed out. It's right off the press, limits of the technology there. Yeah, I think that it's definitely sort of like, could be an issue with the ink, could be an issue with the paper, the printing, like, maybe it's like a late run, like, and then the printing wheel got dry. I don't know. There could be a million different ways for the failings, but some of these books are really beautiful. Some of them look a bit washed out or sun dried. 20 different ways to boil a tongue. It's like the opposite of 50 Shades of Grey. It's like the Slavic version of it. 20 ways to boil a tongue. And it's just like shirtless man in an un-air-conditioned room in a Slavic, you know, like Khrushchevka, talking about boiling tongue. And that's one of the things that's like odd, you know, like the guy would be like, he would look like Shrek, and then the girl would look like a supermodel. Because I hate to sound like a pig, but like the women in Ukraine are very beautiful. The USAF Museum is absolutely amazing. One of the most amazing museums I've ever experienced. I think I've been to, not the USAF, but the Museum of like Aeronautics in DC. Like where they have like the rockets and the old planes and stuff. I've been there. It's really beautiful. Really beautiful. It's massive. They have many exhibits. Yeah, like it's an Air Force exhibit. So, you know, like it's not rocks or bugs. Like it's planes. So it's got to be like a really impressive building or hangar that it's in. Stockholm. Very cool. I like Stockholm. I really like Stockholm. I do not like the fact that a beer is $9 there, but I like Stockholm. Mykolaiv is not occupied. No, yeah, you're right. Mykolaiv is north of the Dnipro, near Kherson. Then what city am I thinking of? Nikopol. No. I thought Nikopol was the north one. I thought Mykolaiv was occupied. Whoops. You can't cook from those books, also back then, because they didn't have any of the ingredients. Yeah. So a lot of these cookbooks, they're all not make-believe, but they're all just like fantasy, kind of. You know, like, oh, once I get that, I'll make this. You know, you're talking about like a period of time, maybe from like the 60s and 70s, like there was like slight normalization, but like from the 80s onwards, there was stagnation. And then from the 90s, it was collapse. So like you have someone who is bartering vodka for a sausage, and then you're talking about making like sturgeon. It's not possible. There's a very small window in which you were able to do this stuff. And most of it was just like largely impossible. Largely impossible. But it's, you know, again, it's kind of fascinating to read. And I'm glad that these books exist. Because it sort of like reflects the idea that they wanted you to think of. Russian national myth denies the existence of independent Ukraine. We are all just small Russians to them, and I don't know how this can be changed. Yeah, so like, yeah. The idea of like the Malorus. So like, for those who don't know, like, the concept of Ukrainians didn't exist until relatively recently. And like the Russians think of that as sort of like, you don't exist at all. But like the idea of Italians didn't exist until like 1870. The idea of Germans didn't exist until 1860. Like they were ununified groups of people, like from different regions. That doesn't mean that Italians don't exist now. Like, and they've applied that same logic, if you will, to this. And then they've co-opted Ukraine's past. So like the Kievan Rus period, like it's in Kiev. Like you can go to a church that's 1,000 years old. Like I could go there in 20 minutes. 1,000 years old. Like how do you deny that this place exists? Like how do you deny the cultural significance of it? But they sort of demeaned it a bit. You know, they called like Belarusians like White Russians. They called Ukrainians like Malorus, so like the Little Russians or Little Rus. And then the Russians were like Veliki Rus, so like the Great Russians or Great Rus. So that's just sort of like how they denominated them. And for like many people, it's just like sort of like how they called them. So like now if you read like old books, it might feel racist or like whatever to hear these terms, but that's just how they were called. But like calling them that today is intentionally derogatory. So like the concept of Ukraine as a nation has solidified, like to the point where it's like undeniable. Like there's a full language. There's a lot of countries that exist that don't even have their own language. Like, does the concept of Austria not exist because they speak German? No. Like Ukraine doesn't speak Russian. Like they have roots with like Ruthenians. They were like ruled over by Hungarians, Greeks, Austrians, Lithuanians, Polish, Russians, whatever. It doesn't deny the fact that like this group of people exists here and have like a unified history. So there's a lot of like mending and molding of history that Russia does to suit their own purposes. And like to be fair, like Ukraine does the same. Ukraine will like bend things to make things more Ukrainian than they should be. But like Russia does it to like evil purposes. Kind of like the Americans need to be deprogrammed after this. Oh my God, I don't even know like the issue that in America. Like, so in Ukraine, like the Minister of Defense was stepped down. So like Fedorov was forced to resign, and after like spectacular productive results, like if he had failed or if it was stagnant, I would get it. But he went from the ministry, the head of the Ministry of Digital Transformation to the head of the defense, and he has done like this middle drone strike campaign, the isolation of Crimea, the sort of like rewarding of different groups based on performance, de-corruption within the military. So he's done incredible work. And then he, just after 6 months, he was pulled back. And then immediately Ukrainians get on the streets. Immediately. And this is 1 year after they did it. I've been to all these protests. And like, they immediately go to the streets and they protest. And Americans, what do? They go out for 1 hour, one Saturday, once every 4 months, and they wave a sign, and then they look at their watch, and then they go home. So like Ukrainians have been out there for days, and like under bombing, during wartime, under martial law, and Ukrainians are still like fighting this. It's just like crazy. Like the French burned Paris to the ground for changing like the retirement age for 2 years. Like, there are so many countries that wouldn't take this stuff, and Americans just take it lying down. Like, 30% take it lying down, 30% are indifferent, and 30% love it. Like, the pro-MAGA people, they're, like, reveling in this, like, self-inflicted destruction. Like, how do you not see, like, the open corruption? I don't want to get too political because, this is a channel about cooking, and I don't want to, like, alienate people, but, like, how do you not see the massive failure of Trump? And then, oh, God. That's a different can of worms, but it's really frustrating. Really frustrating. And it's really saddening to see that America's doing nothing to stop it. Nothing. Burning bubbling vodka fumes sounds painful. Burning bubbling vodka fumes. That sounds like a ancient gypsy curse. How often do you plan on having these chats? Any sort of schedule in mind? So I was thinking like once a week or once a month. Somewhere in that range. Maybe like once a month with a guest, and then like maybe once every 2 weeks alone. Because I would like for me to have dialogue with another human being, because I feel like really self-conscious just like talking to a camera for hours. So I would like to have like Lyosha here. I'd like to have like Vlad. Oh, by the way, drop in chat who from my videos would you guys like to see me do the next live stream with. So just let me know a name. Nadia, Vlad, Masha, the Aussie, whoever. So I did a video with a very good Danish friend of mine. I have a Belgian friend of mine here that I think that I would like to do a video. You know, I want to find people that have like a charisma and a charm, and they also like support Ukraine. So I'd like to have like more people here. So I would like to do it once a month or once a week. That reminds me of bar food I used to see in the US. A big jar of pickled lamb's tongues. Jeez, pickled lamb's tongue. That's something new. Could you please talk about the dating scene in Ukraine? How easy is it to meet women? What are the typical age gaps? Really? Oh, God, this is a weird question. But, okay. So, because you've asked, like, 5 super cool questions. So, I think that a lot of people come to Ukraine and think that they'll find like immediate success with women just because they're foreign, and that's not the case. So if you're unsuccessful with women where you are, you'll be unsuccessful with women in Ukraine. I think that you just need to find that sort of like self-confidence in yourself and the ability to sort of like approach people. And sometimes people find that in a foreign area. So like they leave home and they're like throw off their own like sort of like mental shackles that they have. So if you come to Ukraine and you're like open and you're honest and you're friendly and you have charisma, then you'll meet someone. And you have to go to the right places, because there's places where there are women looking to meet men for money, and these men are looking to meet these women for you know what I mean. So if you're a cool guy, or at least like interesting, and you have like some degree of like social competence and you come to Ukraine, just be yourself. Just be open, be engaging, like lean into the Americanness or foreignness, whatever. But being foreign on its own is not enough to get you anything. Like those days are long gone. You know, if you're Italian, you might come and just be like, hey, ba 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 ba, like give a little bit of that. You know, like if you're American, smile more. So you want to like lean into like your accent or whatever, like leverage that. But women are women, you know, they're still human beings. You know, if you can't impress humans where you're from, you're not going to impress them here. So in terms of dating, just be yourself, be confident, be friendly, be confident, and if you build it, they will come. So you'll find success. If you're a cool guy, you're a good person, you'll find it. Age gaps here are typically bigger. So if you're an older gentleman, dating younger is not a big problem. But it also depends on like what you're looking for. Are you looking for just fun? Are you looking for like a serious committed relationship? Then that really changes sort of like the arithmetic of things. If you're looking for like a serious, successful woman that you want to have like as a lifelong partner, then you're going to have to look a little bit harder, and you're going to have to like polish yourself a bit. But if you're looking for just fun, you can find that anywhere on Earth. How long does it usually take before people can become intimate? Again, depends. How charming are you? How long does it take for you to be intimate where you are? I mean, there's no like religious sort of like blocking, you know. It's not like in Georgia there's sort of like a cultural mindset around things that sort of like prevent premarital relations. But in Ukraine, that doesn't exist. So I would say it's very on par with any Western country. So whatever success you have in Germany, England, Canada, America, you'll find it mirrored here in Ukraine. You might have that slight bump because you're foreign, and there's like a natural curiosity to that. You know, like I've seen Australian guys come to America and just like slay because, oh, they got that accent. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, people love it. Oh, g'day, mate. Oh, it's so fucking cool. Oh, you know, like whatever. Like it makes you feel more exotic, so people are like drawn to it. But like if you're at your core a bad person or like dull or boring, you're not going to have success. But that little bit of spice that you have from being foreign, it does benefit. It does benefit. So I hope that answers your question. Does the concept of Austrian not exist with... Oh no, it's 1938. Oh no, the Sudetenland. I started something terrible. Well, I often go to a town in northern Thailand. Is it Chiang Mai? Do you go to Chiang Mai? Yes, the food is diverse. Northern Thailand can be used on its own kingdom if you return certain components. Nice. Oh, Evil Cyborg Group. That would be so dope. I love Thailand. The food there is so amazing. It's tough here to get people motivated. We absolutely... Yes, Unicorn Rancher, yes. Because the thing is, I think that people in America, they just need some sort of spark to get them moving. Like, it's not like Russia where like everyone's just like head down, don't say anything. A lot of Americans are feeling this, like something's wrong, we need to do something. Something's wrong, we need to do something. But there's no movement to get behind. And America's like so geographically huge that it's really hard to organize. So I think if like a leader arose in America, then it would set things off. Because I think that even people that supported Trump in like 2016 are kind of like, this is terrible. The people who love it scare me. Yes, they terrify me. Yes. And thank God that like I've removed any of those people from my life. All of them together, please. Duda, all of them together. What are we all of them together-ing, though? My friends to interview. Okay, got it. I was talking about girls, and then Thailand, and then MAGA. So one of the guys serving on the front. So that would be Johnny. So Johnny served at the front. Johnny came and he enlisted. So the Aussie, he came and he enlisted in 2022, like immediately after the war started. And he's like served in like some really aggressive areas. I have a quite good friend. His name's also Matthew or Matt, and he got gravely wounded, and he's currently recuperating, missing an arm, 2 legs. Really tough stuff. We thought we'd lose him. I think if you want like a military perspective, I might be able to bring him on the show. He's an American, Asian American, and he served, and he would be able to answer questions that I just have no right even talking about. He was Special Forces in the U.S., and he served in Ukraine. Great guy. Lucky that I can call him a friend. Golden Nugget, love your channel. Golden Nugget, love that you love my channel, so back at you. Also, Lyosha, 100% anytime he's on love the dynamic between you. Yes, Lyosha is a very special friend of mine. I adore him. We are very, very close. Probably one of the closest friends that I have in Ukraine. Sometimes we butt heads just because we have... It's like a Venn diagram. There's so much of us that like overlaps, but so much of us are very different. But on the whole, I would say that he's like a brother of mine. So I support him in like every way possible. I adore him. But yeah, so we have several videos planned together, but him serving kind of complicates things a little bit. But we plan to have some bangers coming out before the end of the year. So, eyes peeled. It feels so much harder to say, I recognize your humanity and how you came to that conclusion, but what you support are indifferent to is evil. Thanks for the Russia Ukraine perspective. Feels like it's really hard to understand. Yeah, it's really like, there are certain days when I feel like the hate inside me could consume me. And I really don't want it to. I really want to like maintain that like humanity. But like, so a building right across the street got flattened by cruise missiles. 9-story apartment flattened to the ground. Everyone inside died. And so when you go there, you'll see like at a tree near the building, there is just like a mountain of stuffed animals and toys and this kind of stuff. So it's sort of like a makeshift memorial to the kids that died there. Some of them little children, some of them like teenagers, like almost adults. And I went there and I filmed it to make a short, but I haven't published. I've got like 5 shorts filmed, but I just can't release it because it's just like, it feels too personal, you know? Like I'm there and I'm filming and I'm talking and I'm literally like a lump in my throat and like tears in my eyes, just like looking at like pictures of dead kids, like behind the rubble of like a flattened building. And I'm like, there's so many influencers and people who live in Kiev that like only capitalize on this stuff. Like every time there's a bombing, they like immediately go to like the bombing site, like film themselves there, like, oh, look at me, I'm outside this bomb, it's so terrible. I'm like, that feels like, you know, like suffering safari or something. It just feels like so predatory. So I really don't like to do that. I try not to take part in it. But I also understand that like a lot of people might not understand the reality here. So it's a fine line to walk. But yeah, like some days I feel like I'm going to like erupt into flames because of my like anger. But I try to remind myself that there are humans in Russia still being humans. And maybe they're just too quiet for my liking, but I can't say that an entire group of people deserve destruction. Like, that's very dangerous thinking. That's very dangerous thinking. And anyone that says anything like that should be maybe not, should take a greater look at themselves and understand why they're saying these things about other groups of people. Great cozy channel. Yeah, I'm so shit. All right, guys, we're talking about food. Yeah, not dead people. All right. So this beer's officially warm now. I think I'm going to let you guys tell me which beer I'm going to get next. So I have... Let me roll on over. Whee! All right, guys. So, interactive live stream. Here we go. We are living in the future. Am I going to have a Pilsner Urquell, a Young's Double Chocolate Stout, a Stella Artois, or a Dry Ashy? Let me know in the comments. Stuff you like, but please if it's... So yeah, let me know which one of these you would like me to drink next, and I'll have that one. So you guys can interact. And also tell me, is anyone else drinking here? Or is it just me? Holy shit, it's 11 o'clock. Whoa. Is my camera? Oh, not overheating. How's the light? How's the sound? How's my framing? Everything cool? It's really hard to tell here sometimes. I want to see you try the stout. So this Young's, this is one of my favorite beer. Actually, these two for sure are my favorite. I really enjoy Stella as sort of like a passive drinking. But for anyone that watched my Asian snack review video, this was like a dark horse. I really enjoy this. Oddly. Crazily. And they went on like super discount sale. So they were like still crazy expensive for Ukraine. But for like a Japanese beer, not bad. So I picked these up. Like I've got like 4 or 5 of them. Maybe like 3 now. But this is like crisp, cool summer beer. This is a standard classic. Pilsner Urquell is one of my favorite ever. Young's Double Chocolate is bee's knees. Love it. And then Stella, standard. You are as beautiful as ever. Are you talking to me? Is that you, Grandma? It depends on the weather. If it's cold, the stout. Warm, the Pilsner. It is hot as hell, y'all. Still drinking Bud. Bud. Wise. So, yeah, speaking of Bud, one of the videos that I have with Lyosha is American beer. So I got, oddly, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Coors, Budweiser, and then another third, like, trash, bottom-of-the-barrel beer. And then, like, 3 mid-range beers, and, like, few craft beers from, like, Michigan breweries, which Lyosha's going to hate. He hates craft beer. So I'm really excited to film the American craft beer video with him. Lighting and composition is good. Way better than Soviet cookbooks. We've kind of lost the plot on this one. Let me see if there's an interesting theme that I have not touched on. Actually, you know what? Curveball. I'm going to talk about this after I choose a beer. Depends on the weather. Also depends on the snacks that accompany the beer. Oh, shit! I brought snacks and I forgot about them. So I have some grenke. So like a spiced crouton. Kobanossi. So like a little mini salami, Slim Jim type thing. And then... If my Lithuanian friends are still here, I have deer jerky from Lithuania. Can it focus? At least I think that's Lithuania. I hope it's Lithuania. So I have deer jerky from Lithuania. I think this might be the next thing, because I think I gotta eat it before it goes super bad. So that's what I'm working with. I think that I'll probably... I don't know, take the stout, maybe. What glass do I have? Actually, I take the Pilsner and then the stout after that, so... Unless there's some overwhelming vote for it. Lighting, composition, righteous speaking. Okay, I'm going to tone down the heavy stuff, promise. What's your favorite? No, Teutonic. Ask whatever question you want. Like, as long as you guys are asking the questions from, like, an honest place, I'll answer any question. Hi from Virginia! Friendly neighbor to the north. Double chocolate beer is amazing. Yep, so I think I'll do that one next. Because I've had several people vote on that one. I thought I had a second beer glass. Because after 4 hours, this beer is now hot. I'll put these 2 away. Oh! So, just to prove that I'm a man of my word, I have gotten a few more bottles of sake just because they are so, like, oddly alluring. I don't know why. So, I'm going to have just a little dab of sake before I transition into a stout. I think I have a beer glass up here, too. Yes, sir. I will just let this hot beer sleep with the fishes. All right, guys. So, wow, we are 4 hours in. That is insane. Thank you so much for being with me. This is crazy. This is really refreshing. So, as I mentioned before, like, engaging with you guys in the comments and stuff, it all gets so lost just because, like, the way that YouTube filters things. And I looked at, like, the Creator Studio. There's hundreds of comments and things get lost. But if you're here and you're engaged, even if you're silent, even if you're watching just quietly at home, thank you so much. So, if you have a little dab, you have a little dram, you have a little bit of something at home, I'd like you to join me for just a little bit. We're going to take a little baby sip. So, happy Friday, everyone. I hope I have a couple more hours left in me, but we'll see. But, in any case, guys, thank you so much for being here. I hope your Friday's going awesome. Cheers. Budmo. Kampai. Herkeshegedet. Gamerjos. What is cheers where you guys are from? Salut. Did I miss something? I want to try those fish jerky snacks. I bet yes, the fish jerky is really good. Nadia is actually like the expert on the fish jerky stuff. She is the person to talk to about that stuff. She's super knowledgeable. Still drinking, bud. Evil Cyborg Group. Thank you. Lighting composition is good. Agreed. Depends on the weather. Yep. Double chocolate. Yep. Okay, go and tone down the heavy stuff. What's your favorite movie from an Eastern Bloc country? Oh, shit. What is my favorite movie from an Eastern Bloc country? I really like it's like Sluzhba Romanska. So there's like Office Romance. There's like a Soviet movie called Office Romance. And it's super Soviet. And it's about this guy who like fakes flirting with his boss. And she's kind of homely. To like gain favor with her. But she slowly becomes more beautiful. You know, it's like reverse. She's all that. Whatever. Super cool movie. Very cute. I also love like Kafkazska Kaplenitsa. So it's like the Caucasian kidnapping. Very cool movie. I think that of like more modern movies, like from like this region or time period or theme, I really like Goodbye Lenin. So if you've not seen Goodbye Lenin, like someone's mother in Eastern Germany goes into a coma during like the Soviet period, and she wakes up like in the post-Soviet world, but they have to maintain this aura of the Soviet period because they don't want to shock her, because she has to like stay calm. So like Goodbye Lenin, Office Romance, and then like Caucasian kidnapping, Kafkazska Kaplenitsa. I don't know how to translate. Those are probably my favorite like Eastern movies, but I'm not like a super film buff. I'm sure that there's like some art house movies that are like really, like there's also like Come and See, like that's probably the best movie from like this region, like thematically, structurally. You know, you can look at like Guy Dye movies and stuff like that too. Like those are heavy, but they're heavy films. They're really heavy. Like when you finish the movie, you just feel like you like had a spiritual enema or something. It's just like so much to take. So, Grinke and deer jerky with the Pilsner. Yes! Grinke and Pilsner. Fantastic. Those Grinke are nice, but sometimes they acquire an aftertaste. Old fat, better check the dates. Oh, God. Bro. If I'm eating these Grinke, it already means that, like, expiration dates don't matter. This is, like, the lowest. Like, not the lowest. It's okay. But this is, you know. It's a crouton. It's stale bread. Sprinkled with garlic. Pilsner probably goes better with the jerky. Actually, yeah. It's probably legit. Did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in? Are you talking about the U.S. government? Or what? Question about the Centara Sanatoria video. Has the Ukraine government been investing in a lot of the rehab? Okay, yeah. So I thought someone would ask this, but I haven't checked the comments because they just get like buried. But and I intentionally avoided this. But like, I thought that the sanatoria would be filled with soldiers, like in some degree of rehab. Because like if you didn't. Okay, for those who don't know and you didn't watch the video, like I went to a sanatorium, a Soviet sanatorium in Mirhorod, which is like sort of like, it's not a mental health clinic, it's not an asylum, but it's like a rehabilitation clinic. And I thought they would be filled with soldiers. But the greater degree of soldiers that I've seen in rehab have been in Kiev for like very serious wounds, like injuries that they're sort of like just becoming more mobile with. But the most that I've seen, they've been in Lviv. So I think that they move them further and further and further from like conflict zones. But oddly, I didn't see any of them in Uzhhorod, which is like basically not part of like Ukraine in terms of the war. But most of the time when you go to Lviv, you see like a lot of wounded soldiers, and it really like, it makes me feel guilty, you know. But I didn't see any wounded. I saw some, but I didn't film them. But most of them are like older people, and they have like chronic conditions. So it's like the sanatoriums are more for like persistent issues, not something that you recover from. So the wounded soldiers, they're more in Kiev, they're more in Lviv, in Ivano-Frankivsk, I would say as well. So that's where like wounded soldiers typically are. I'm sure that they're, and like the more like hardcore wounded soldiers, I'm sure, are like evacuated out of the country as well. Cheers! Yes, cheers, Ron. Thank you very much. An old Soviet armaments expert. I really enjoyed Incident in the Grid Square 86. I have not heard of those movies. Fantastic. I've received a few Ukrainian snack boxes in the US, but I've never had the guts to try the fish jerky. Nubby. Really? So what you want to do is, if you have like the fish that's like flayed open like a book, what you want to do is like break it at the spine. So you like break it and then peel it open. So you'll want to like separate the, it's not scales, but like the skin from the fish meat jerky, and then like the spine as well. But you can eat all of it. But like typically, if you have like the butterflied like fish, you'll just crack it and then peel it open. But try the, like, really, it's super good with beer. It's really fantastic with beer. I remember the first time that I drank with Slavs. I was in uni, and I was thinking like, this is the most insane thing ever. It's got to be terrible, but it's actually quite good. It's sort of like a softer, more mellow jerky with like a higher salt content. So it makes sense. Give it a go. Try it. You will not be disappointed. Or you will. It's not my fault. Oh, my darling. Health. Yes. Oh, cool. Wonder what Matt's favorite Soviet era movie is. Okay, yeah, we just talked about that. Okay. Ivan Vasilievich. Yes. So, like, Ivan меняет профессию. So, like, Ivan changes his profession. That's another fantastic Soviet movie. So, basically, it's like, I haven't seen it in years, so I might be wrong. So, like, a Tsar comes to, like, modern Soviet period and, like, lives amongst normal people. So, it's like him adjusting to, like, the modern world. It's a fantastic movie. It's a really great movie. Like, all of the, not all, but a lot of the Soviet movies are just so good. Like, they're technologically well, like, thematically interesting. Like, the script, the scenarios, all of it's fantastic. It's like, kind of indicative of the stranglehold that modern Russia has on, like, the creative scene, that, like, no one in Russia is able to make anything interesting. Nothing. No video games, no music, no movies, no TV shows. Nothing from Russia has any global relevancy at all. I think the last time Russia was culturally relevant was like Tattoo. Like, all the things you said, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's it. Like, how do you have 160 million people and, like, fail in every category culturally? Shit. Like, Gangnam Style. Like, Korea's dominating culturally. Russia should be more relevant culturally. Especially considering that, like, love it or not, like, Russian literature is some of the best literature ever made. But that's pre-Soviet. Is there a difference? Is there a different chat than what he's seeing? I'm confused. No, so I'm behind on the chat, so I'm reading maybe super old messages because I get lost in tangents and then work my way down. So, Blue Rider, if you're still here, I'm sorry. I'm just slow. Goodbye, Lyndon is fantastic. Comment to show it German in a second. Yes, that's how I studied German in high school, and that's where I watched it. It's a very good movie, and it's a very cool way if you're like acquiring German language. Fantastic, fantastic movie. Good way to learn language too. It is amazing. Only watch it once, but it takes a lot. Yes, yes. So Come and See, if you don't know, Come and See is a movie about the war, World War II, and it takes place, I believe, in either Belarus or Ukraine. I think it's like southern Belarus, close to Ukraine, because a lot of the people will speak something that's I understand as Ukrainian, but Belarusian and Ukrainian is super similar, and it is a like torturous watch. It is hard to watch. It is a stressful, but you have to commit the mental energy to watch it attentively. Like, Come and See is a movie that you need to, like, turn off the lights, turn off your phone, and watch it. It is a movie that is, like, soul-rending. And it's one of those things that, like, needs to be watched. It's not... Some military films are, like, they feel like they're bathed in military propaganda. And it's just like, ugh. But this is just, like, gross. It's gross. And that's what war really is. It's disgusting. It's awful. I'm going to put this back in the fridge. But I'll be back. Yeah, so a lot of the Soviet war films sort of like portray the Soviets as like great and stalwart warriors, and no one's dirty and nothing hurts, and maybe someone dies, but he does it for a good reason. But like, Come and See? Nope. Nope, it's just awful. Everything's awful. Ooh, baby, I love your way every day. Yeah. Look at that. I think the Czech beer is one of the greatest contributions that any culture's ever made to humanity. Let's see. Thank you for your content. Thank you for supporting the troops. You gave me and my buddy an idea to go make your beet salad. It turned out amazing. Yes. So the vinaigrette. It's one of my least popular videos, but it's Lyosha's favorite salad ever, and it's fantastic. It's totally vegan. It's very easy to make. It's super cheap, but it's like crazy filling, and like visually it's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful salads, and like the sweetness of the beets with like the tangy of the onions and like the heartiness of the potato, like all of it mixes so well. It's just so basic but so beautiful all at the same time. It's very cool. Vinaigrette's beautiful. I love vinaigrette, and it's Losha's favorite. So if you ever meet him, buy him some vinaigrette. Yes, goodbye, Lennon. Like, Come and See seems the atrocity. The comment seems overwhelming. Yeah. Come and See is a very hard movie to take. It's very, very, very hard movie to take. Not a movie that a little kid should see. Or maybe they should. I don't know. Officers is the same movie. I'm thinking about that from the VAR. It's a great movie that I love for reasons. Hi, greetings from Estonia. I'm new to the channel. Enjoy. What is happening with Estonia? So, Hella Martin. Again, you know, we've talked about Estonia pretty in depth this evening. Not that I am not happy about it, because I love Estonia. Estonia is awesome. All of the Baltics. One of my favorite regions. But I do think that Lithuania is my favorite Baltic area. No offense to Estonia. But yeah, I really love the Baltic areas. I do need to go there in the summer. God, if this war wasn't happening, I would have gone there already. But like, so the problem is, so I'm in Kiev. So typically, you would just be able to like hop in a taxi, go to Boryspil, and then fly out wherever the hell you want. But nothing can fly over Ukraine at the moment. And Ukraine's a very big country. So I'm living in Ukraine. If I want to go anywhere else, that means that I have to travel out of the country all the way west. So that typically means I'm either like on an overnight train to Poland, or I stay for a day in Lviv and then travel onwards. So, and the border into Poland is always a nightmare. Always a nightmare. The Polish always jam things up. Like, you're there for hours and hours and hours and hours, and it's a headache. And then, like, so you never know, like, what time you're going to cross the border, so you can't plan where you're going to be at what airport. So that means you're going to spend, like, at least one day in Poland somewhere. So, like, you spend a day traveling, you spend a day in Poland, and then you spend a day going wherever you're going. So it adds, like, 3 days to a trip that should be, like, 5 hours. So it's just, like, so taxing, like, financially and mentally to, like, go somewhere. Like, I would really love to go to Bulgaria, and I would really love to go to the Baltics. But I'm hoping that things get a little bit better, or I'm just going to wait until, like, if the energy infrastructure thing collapses again, because last summer it did, and last winter it did, and it was just, like, really stressful. Like, to sit in an apartment, like, in the darkness for, like, 30 hours, oh, it's really, like, it's too much. So that's what I would leave Ukraine for. And I might go to Estonia. Like, again, like I said, Baltics or Balkans. Thoughts on Eastern genre, particularly American fauna and culture of Asia. Whoa, Western Turks and Hungarian school. What is Eastern? Thoughts on Eastern genre? I'm not sure what that is. Maybe I'm too dense to know. I hope not. Golly. Alright, guys, so I think that it's time to fill up the Pilsner glass. Again, you want a big Robusto head. Oh, so before we transition, again, Kampai, I'm going to finish the sake. As we transition from the Soviet cookbooks, I would like to go to a more modern place. So this is a Ukrainian cookbook that I think is probably the best Ukrainian cookbook. It says like Ukrainian like holiday table, but they're not really holiday dishes. It's just like Ukrainian dishes, and they're broken down by like region. Like this is like the Carpathian, so like the mountains. But like every dish that I've pulled, like kisel. So like I made my kisel from this recipe here. I adjusted it slightly, but like I'll always take this book into consideration when I'm looking at any recipe. So this has been by like you can see like how many like notes I've taken from this book. It's probably my favorite modern Ukrainian cookbook. And it's, if you're studying Ukrainian, this is like a gorgeous way to do that. Because like, as opposed to like the old Soviet shit where there's like 20 recipes on a page, you get like one beautiful picture and then like very concise directions. So you get like ingredient list and then directions. I wish that the directions were like a little bit more specific, but I think that like Ukrainian just doesn't have like the verbiage to describe things the way that English does. But English stole these verbs from French, so yeah. So like there's like a corn borscht. That sounds weird. And then like a wrapped strawberry. Голубцы с картоплей и гречкой. Well, God. This sounds terrible to me, but someone might like it. Бурячки. Like, knish. So like this is more like a Yiddish dish. So like someone asked about like Yiddish food, but like all like halushki. This is like old school traditional style halushki from Poltava. So like a very lazy dumpling. So I would say that if you one would like to study Ukrainian and two would like to study Ukrainian food, this is probably the best book to do it. Again, I don't know who makes it. I'm not getting paid by anyone. Vivat. So yeah, Ukrainsky Sviatkovy stil. So like the Ukrainian holiday table. Ta-da! This is the book that I use. I trust it. I like it. Matt, my impressions of Russian Ukrainian country folk reminded me strongly of American country folk movie from the Dixie region. Do you catch similar vibes? What do you mean specifically by like Ukrainian music, or and like the southern music? Be specific. So guys, cheers again. Ching. Gonna hang in there. I'm gonna hang in till at least midnight. So we got another 40 minutes, I think. So call your friends, get them in. Let's see if I can get my mom to join. I'm gonna try this deer jerky from Lithuania. If it's not totally gone awful. Oh, that is dry, y'all. So it smells more like fish bait than anything else. Gamey. Oh, cool spices. Whoa, neat. Textures. It's like eating a mummy. Very gamey. Neat. But I can definitely... It's picante. Oh no. Best before 2023. Still good, I guess. You look great. Grandma, is that you? Corn borscht must be from Khrushchev's maze experiment. Yes. God, what? So Khrushchev, for those who don't know, Khrushchev had like a campaign. It was called Virgin Lands. So his idea was to grow corn in all of the corners of the Soviet Union that had land that was deemed like unarable. So like the unfarmable farmland. Khrushchev wanted to plant corn there. So there was a certain glut of corn, but not enough to be valuable. So that's why Khrushchev is like considered connected with corn. Yep. Andrew. Very correct. Your mom to bring in my demographic. Unicorn Rancher. Are you white trash? Because that's where my mom is. What do you mean, a lady? Or crazy? I find it super heartwarming that like everyone loved my mom so much in these videos. And I was like so sure that my mom would not try so much of the stuff that we got. So we were in Greece together, and I went to like 7 different like Russian, Eastern European, Slavic grocery stores to get all this stuff. It was like days of like, as we were touring, like finding it. I was like, there's no way mom's going to try this. There's no way mom's going to try this. Mom is very basic with like her like palate. So like when she sat down and she ate all that stuff, I was genuinely impressed with her. Like I was so proud of her. And then like to see like so many people like, I love your mom. Your mom is so cool. I love your mom's glasses. Like it really tickled her. My mom loved all the support. So big love to those that love mama. Or Meemaw. I call her Meemaw now because she's a grandma. Not for me, my sisters. Homegrown food culture, homegrown booze culture, the eternal culture of old cars. Oh. Okay, so you mean like the cultural milieu. I thought you were talking about like the sound of the music or something like that. I would say that maybe not Dixie, but more like Appalachia. So like the more rural parts of Southern America in the mountain areas are probably more connected to sort of like the parts of Ukraine. But like if you're in a very urban area of Ukraine, like life is very similar to anywhere in Europe. It's just like the surrounding areas are still very undeveloped. But that's why like so many of the Ukrainian soldiers still have like these skills that are super useful, like pickling food, growing crops, mending clothes, like fixing things, welding, like skills that like almost all Americans, I would say, don't have. They've been lost through time and convenience. Whereas Ukrainians are just like one, maybe two generations away, like separated from like extreme hardship. Where like Americans are like 4 or 5 generations separated from it. So that's why like I would say that like Ukrainian soldiers on the whole are well more equipped than like any Western nation to do the things that they're doing. Like I can't imagine like anyone that's ever used TikTok extensively to like sit in a frozen muddy trench and like eat boiled boots. I can't see it. Can't see it. But like thank God for the guys that are doing it. Like that's why I can like I'm in a free Kiev. I'm in a free Kiev drinking beer talking to you guys because there are people doing terrible, awful jobs that I can't even process. I can't even comprehend it. And I'm thankful for them. So, again, another like heartfelt, beautiful, awesome. Look at this channel about food. It's so grim. God, this Pilsner's so good. Plus, it's cold. Your mom to bring in my demographic. Oh. Upgrade homegrown food. Old, 50-something white lady of questionable sanity. You don't look a day over 40, based on your screen name. Alright, fellas. I think we're going to switch to the dark beer in a second, because this one's going down like a fat kid on a slide. Are there any questions that you guys have about food from like Eastern Europe or anything about Ukrainian cuisine? Anything that maybe you wanted to ask me in a comment that was too complex? Anything you'd like to reveal about yourself? Hopes, dreams, fears. Favorite Pokemon? What do you want to be when you grow up? That type of stuff. Oh, by the way, this is actual real Soviet vodka. And I was saving it for when the channel hit 100,000 subscribers, which is likely not going to happen. But I'm going to drink it with Lyosha. And he has a bottle of vodka from Russia that's called Putin vodka that he's going to drink after victory. So, after victory, we'll find something to drink. But this is actual real Soviet vodka. I have 2 bottles of it, a different brand. This is the prettier one. What would be a dish that you would make coming home from work? Coming home from work. So you're talking about like a dish that you would make maybe in like 1 to 2 hours max. So something simple, something quick. God, that's a good question. That's a really good question. What is my standard go-to quick cook meal? I think that the best thing that you can cook quickly with elegance is the egg. So if you want to make something quickly that's really flavorful, it would be an egg. If you want to make something quickly and you have like a bit of planning behind you, it would be like a simple pasta. So like pasta aglio olio. So it's like it's just like dry noodles, garlic, and oil. It's like a very famous Italian pasta. You can cook that crazy quickly. It's like 15 minutes. I would say that that's probably one of the most beautiful dishes that you can cook very, very quickly. Yeah. So either like a pasta dish where you've like pre-cooked or pre-made like a sauce or like whatever, something. It can be cream-based, tomato-based, whatever. Keep it in the fridge and just like boil up some pasta and then mix it in. I would say this is probably a pasta or an egg dish. If you're looking for like a low-effort, high-reward recipe, probably that. Because otherwise, like proteins take too long to heat up. They involve more pans and that sort of things. Like soups, they take time. So, quick cook, start from 0 to nothing. Probably a pasta or an egg dish. What would be the best leftover that sat in the fridge after 3 days? So that would definitely be a soup. So like any soup or stew or anything that sort of like mingles together, pico de gallo, something that like has like a liquid unifying element, a medium that binds it all together. They sort of like mature a bit over time. So like a soup or a stew or a salsa or pasta or paste, like those all become really fantastic, especially the next day. But you want to make sure that you're like maintaining like the proper temperatures so that nothing unwanted develops within them. But like like chili con carne, beautiful. Like borscht is fantastic that first day, but the second day it's even better. Like, so once you boil it down and you cook it, like I cut the leftovers into thirds and then put them into different containers in the fridge and then like pull them out as necessary. And as you pull them out, they've sat in the fridge and they've like continued to mature. So you pull them out, you heat them up slowly. You slowly heat up borscht, slowly, and then it awakens a deeper depth of flavor. And then that's like any chowder that doesn't have some element within it that like has like a timeline to it, like a clam chowder. Anything with seafood, I would not do this to. But any stew that has beef, it just develops such a deeper, richer flavor with time. So the next day dishes that taste better, they're always like a soup or a stew or something that has like a liquid element that bonds everything together. What would be, is the Putin vodka pure poison? It could be. Any vodka is poison, because mostly that's how it is. What do you have for breakfast that was leftover dinner? So typically, I think like one of the best breakfasts that you can have that's left over is Asian. I really enjoy it. Like when I make stir fry or like bun bao nam bao, like Vietnamese Asian noodle dishes. So like bun bao nam bao is one of my favorite dishes ever. It's closer to a salad than a noodle dish, and it's bound with like a dressing rather than a sauce. So you cook the meat on a skewer and then you mix it with like noodles and this like peanut sauce with garlic, and it's fantastic. And you can eat it cold. So one of the best next day dishes is bun bao nam bao. It's fantastic. And for me, learning how to make that dish was such a struggle, but now that I've got it, it's so easy, and I adore it. It's a really fantastic dish that also, as you mentioned, like grows with maturity and flavor, but it's better the next day, cold, straight from the fridge as a breakfast because it's kind of like a noodle salad, so it's not super heavy. I don't remember whether you've been to Romania. Been to Romania, Hungary, yep, or the Balkans. Have you had any food from those parts of Europe? Yep, I've had food from all of those places. I don't remember any specific names of the dishes. I know that they're like very heavy, very sauce laden, kind of like spicy. A lot of like goulashes and that sort of thing, stews. But I would say that um, Romania and Hungary had like Hungary had the least interesting food. Romania next, but like the Balkan cuisine was really fascinating. So I really, really, really enjoyed Balkan cuisine, especially like Bulgaria, Croatia, Bosnia Herzegovina. Really fantastic food. Really awesome, awesome, awesome food. And then Serbia. God, like the like flatbread? Not. It's like an unleavened bread, and then you've got like the little like meat sausages. It's like farce, so it's like ground meat sausages, and you like cut the bread in half and stuff it in. Oh god, it's fantastic. I think it's Serbian or Croatian. I love it so much. Oh, that was so good. Mitieli, maybe something like that. I have a Ukrainian bottle of vodka for Victory Day. Some Nemirov. Ah, it's not a bad brand. Not a bad brand. I hope we'll all have that shot together sometime very soon. Coming home from work, I order shawarma delivery. Yeah. Like, there are certain elements of things that, like, make delivery just, like, so much more palatable. And for me, it's a hangover. When I have a hangover, I have absolutely no desire to cook at all. And so, like, the ability to, like, tap an app and then have something brought to your house, oh, God, it's so liberating. So fantastic. What a show about breakfast foods in the Slavic... No. Okay. So, breakfast foods from this area are very unfleshed out. So there are very few cultures on Earth that I think have a very well-defined breakfast menu. And I think that most of them are English-speaking. So Canadian, American, Irish, English. There is no Slavic breakfast. There's no Ukrainian breakfast. The French breakfast would be like croissant. The Italian breakfast would be like coffee and a cigarette. Like, most people don't eat breakfast. Or if they do, it's something super, super, super light. So, like, the idea of a Slavic breakfast would be like a cigarette. A cigarette and then, like, I don't know, black bread. Like porridge. It's, like, very grim. Or very, like, pared down and basic. Seconded. Thoughts on the legend that Kievan Rus ruler was choosing Christianity over Islam because it allowed alcohol? I mean, like, obviously, like, a lot of this is hearsay. I think that, like, the choice between alcohol could have been, like, a deciding factor, but I think that there's also, like, pork. I think that separating Slavic people from pork would have been, like, quite difficult as well. I know at that period they probably ate more beef, but separating Slavic people from alcohol and pork at the same time would have just been like a non-starter. So that's probably why they steered away, like the baptizer, when they were looking for a religion to switch from paganism. That's probably why they didn't choose Islam. Like, dropping both pork and alcohol for Slavic people, that's a bridge too far. spell it so I can look it up. Yeah, okay, so I'll write it here, like, bun, bao, nam, bao. Oh, bun, not bum. Bun. I think I can find, like, a Wikipedia. Bun, bao, nam, bao. Here, I'll put it into chat so that you can get the correct accented spelling. Bonbonambo. Incredible. And if you've seen my homemade pickle video, I made, it's like chok nam. So, Vietnamese garlic sauce. Nok cham. So I made this as well, and it's part, it's like the dressing for the salad. So this is what you need to make good bum bum num bum. So there you go. Oh, it auto-translated my stuff as well. But Vietnamese food is just fantastic. Fantastic. Still. Beans on toast? Get out of here, sir. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm also collecting, like, English stuff as well. Because I want my Slavic friends to try English whatever. So I'm getting, I've got a can of Heinz baked beans. Are you English? Because I have the Coleman's powdered mustard that from my mustard review, everyone was like, oh, you got to get the powdered mustard so you can make it stronger. So I have the powdered canned Coleman's mustard that I'm waiting to make a video with my Slavic friends for. So I'm gathering English things to make stuff for them. Coffee and a cigarette sounds like a video. Sounds like a good video, nonetheless. It sounds like breakfast after, you know, like you've worked a double on a Sunday. Matt, how do you think Ukrainian would react to a typical American diner with 2 eggs, hash browns, bacon, toast, and coffee? They'd like it. Like, hash browns are like an analog to deroni. So they have something similar. Like, bacon is close to salo, eggs are universal, and then coffee. So they'd react quite well to it. They'd like it. They'd like it for sure. It was an economic choice. Trading with Europe was more convenient with the Turkic tribes and their Muslim neighbors. Yeah. So in terms of like the choice between like Judaism, Christianity, and then Islam, it was probably like also convenience, and it also sort of like reflects like the Pereyaslav agreement when Khmelnytsky, like he like as the Cossack sort of leader, he had to choose like, do I ally myself with Poland or with Russia? So it was sort of like between a rock and a hard place. And it was like sort of like the religious sort of synergy that led him to choose to join with Russia. So God knows how different history would be if they would have allied themselves with Poland. But yeah, an alliance of convenience, I would say. What's your favorite fruit berry to make compote from? I can't really choose between pears and cherries. Cherries over pears all the time. I think that pears are too subtle. I think that the delicacy and nuance of pears is lost in sort of like the boiling process. And cherries just have like such a sweet, sharp, beautiful, bright flavor and color. So they make a better juice than pears, almost universally. So I would say cherries. Make compote from cherries. Would your friends on the front appreciate some hand-knit socks? I believe so in winter, especially. I have a friend who lives in Lviv. He is Dutch? Dutch. Not Danish, Dutch, yes. And he provides a lot of like hand warmers and socks and footwear and gear and shoes to soldiers. So if you really have like some sort of source with that, I would be able to connect you with him, and if you have anything that you could supply to them, that would be awesome. So yeah, they would do well with some knit socks and stuff. But if you're hand making them, don't. That might be too much. They need things that like volume. Do you have a favorite Roshan product or anything similar? Okay. So, I'm also collecting weird things for a video that I'm going to call, something like poorly translated products. They're translated into English and it sounds a little bit weird. And one of them is a Roshan thing. And it's called Milky Splash. And it is my favorite candy in Ukraine. It's basically like a cow tail. If you're from America, it's like a cow tail. So you have like a creamy core with like a caramel wrapping. And it's fantastic. Fantastic. So my favorite Roshan candy is called Milky Splash, which sounds like the last page on the Kama Sutra. But it's really like a really nice candy. Okay, Nat. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you enjoy your sleep. And thank you so much for being here. Fantastic. We're going to wrap it up soon. I think that we've got about 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for being here. This has gone on way longer than I thought it would, but I've had the energy and you've had the charm to keep me here. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm going to get my dark beer. Be right back. So go get your last drink. We're going to have one together over the last 15 minutes. Beauty. So we reviewed shockingly few cookbooks. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about a dozen. That's not terrible. Not terrible. Favorite Roshan, which we really created some thoughts about Kiev, Ukraine's perspective on the time of troubles for us. Time of troubles, that's the period when Poland captured Moscow briefly, right? Very informative the area of send Russian cycling. So as I understand, like the time of troubles is when Poland captured Moscow. So I think that Kiev was also under the rule of Poland at the same time. I think that's like a grievous wound against like Russia, because Russians are very petty. Like Americans are also very petty about things like that. So it probably created a lot more resentment than was necessary. At least my understanding of, if I remember the times of trouble. I haven't studied this stuff in years and years and years. The glass you're having the beer from is very similar to the ones we used to drink from. And Mors. Mors, like the juice? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, it does look like a little kid glass. Come on down, after school special. Mors. Woo! So I'm very shocked that so many Estonians joined. I'm also very impressed that a few Ukrainians joined as well. So, guys, I would like to know, sort of like as we're wrapping up, I think we got like the last 10 minutes. So hold in, hang on, hold in for one more day. Let me know sort of like the themes that you would like us to do videos on, because I would like to do this a bit more, because it's really interesting. And also, like, if you're based in Ukraine, I would like to do Ukrainian-based meetups. So it can be once a month, once a year, whatever. I think that like in-person interviews or connections, whatever, conversations would be so much better than me talking into a camera. Like, it's very cool that you're chatting. I appreciate it deeply, but I want this to be like a dialogue. And I want all of you to sort of like meet each other too, you know? It should be a social thing. So, let me know how often you guys would like this to happen. Let me know what sort of topics you're curious in. And then let me know if you're in Ukraine, if you'd like to meet as well. So that's sort of like things that I'm thinking about. So, beer settled down a bit. So, cheers, guys. Guys, gals. Undecided. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, for all their faults. For all their faults and shortcomings. The English really have just, like, done incredible work with beer. God, this is just magical. But this is something that I really can't drink all night. This is like a one beer thing per evening. Whereas, like, Pilsner or Keller can drink it all night. Oh my God, this is still going on. I just got home from work. It's like me on the toilet. Still going on. Unbelievable. Was that a kung pao into the fist? Yeah. Better. Yes, it was. One food subject that I've always wanted to learn about was Soviet Army fresh baked bread. They had a whole technology around the late Cold War. I don't know how fresh the fresh baked bread was. I know that they had like baking facilities that were like in their proximity, but I also don't know how like fresh the fresh baked bread was. And then especially considering that like Soviets in the 1940s were like happy to eat shoe leather, the bread could have been dog shit. I know that a lot of it could like mixed with like sawdust and like fillers and stuff too. Ukraine has two traditional touristy regions, Carpathians and the sea. Which is more to your liking? I would say like not happening. I would say check out my video on like the Soviet sanatorium. That is like a really cool area in terms of like relaxation and like chilling. But in terms of like tourism, Lviv, I would say Lviv, Kiev, Odessa, and then the Carpathian Mountains are probably the biggest draws. And then like within the Carpathian Mountains, you have like Yaremcha, Bukovel, but they're like crazy expensive. And then like beyond, like you have like Zakarpattia, so like after the Carpathian Mountains, you have like Uzhgorod and Mukachevo, but they're not touristy. So like if you're looking for like a tourist destination in Ukraine, I would say Lviv. If you want somewhere safe and easy and comfortable to get to, I would say Lviv. If you're looking for something like on the edge of the mountains, that could be like a sort of like a launching pad to go to anywhere in the Carpathians, I would say Ivano-Frankivsk. And then from there, you can choose your own adventure in terms of the mountain adventure stuff that you do. And then like Kiev is also sort of like very central, but not like a very chill, relaxing place. It's super urban. But I would say like for a vacation for sort of like a touristic environment, Lviv is probably the best now. I would also say Kharkiv, because I love Kharkiv. I think Kharkiv is one of the best cities in Ukraine. But if you're not ready for like the stress of being at the front, Lviv is way more relaxed. It's way easier. Like I'm adjusted to Kharkiv, so I have no problem going to Kharkiv. An introduction to eating local when you travel to Ukraine would be very cool. Yeah, so actually, I don't know if you guys know like Johnny FD. He's a friend of mine, and he lives in Ukraine. So I've been talking to him about like a video that we would do together. And so we're thinking about like canned foods of Ukraine, that sort of thing. But I also want to do like I did with Bulgaria, Sweden, like the countries that I sort of like briefly visited, where I would do like a novice's initial review of the basic cuisines. So I think that I might try and do that with Ukraine, but it's kind of hard to like forget the things that I already know, because almost nothing that I try would be new. So it would be hard to sort of like mimic that initial excitement or shock when I eat something, just because I've tried it so many times. Cheers! I enjoy dark stouts myself. Lancaster Brewing Double Chocolate Stout is excellent. Sam Smith. Oh, Sammy Smith. Oh, what a great place. Organic Double Chocolate Stout is another. Oh, fantastic. Cheers to that. Cheers to that, Ron. Bling. Whoa, wait. Homemade bourbon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pac de Ca. Homemade bourbon. That is awesome. That's fantastic. I would love to. I'm actually brewing up some things on my own. Oh, I don't think it's accessible. I have like a eighth barrel. So it's like a small compact barrel of oak that I'm going to fill with some of my own concoction to make my own sort of like Scotch, brandy, whiskey, whatever you'd call it. So very cool. These were diesel-powered ovens. Oh, yeah. Diesel-powered ovens that traveled with the troops. They were introduced in the 1960s until the... Yeah. So they were not part of World War II, but they came after that. I was wondering if the Russians... No. Now they do not have, like, traveling ovens. They absolutely do not have those now. They don't even bake locally at the front. It's unnecessary. They have, like, hardtack. So... They either like ship bread in that's got like stabilizers in it, or they have hardtack, but they don't have like the mobile baking ovens. I was actually born in Ivano-Frankivsk. It's nice to have this kind of expensive, but it's kind of expensive. Well, yeah, Ivano-Frankivsk, the cost has like exploded since the start of the war, but it's still cheaper than Lviv. But I think that Ivano-Frankivsk is one of the places in Ukraine that's like sort of like positioned to have like rapid expansive growth once the war ends, because it's like literally the springboard into the Carpathian Mountains. So you're like dead center of the Carpathian Mountains, right at the foothills, and you've got like all of the mountain range around you, and you're like well connected by rail. Plus, like the food is good, the people are nice. Like Ivano-Frankivsk is a really nice place. So I've never met anyone from Ivano-Frankivsk that wasn't pleasant. Any food in particular Ukrainians covet from the USA that they ask you to bring into the menu? Sugary garbage. Not now, but I remember when I first came here, they asked me to bring them cigarettes because everyone wanted a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from the U.S. Hey, can you bring me cigarettes? Can you bring me a pack of cigarettes from me? I want an American Marlboro. But now, no, I don't think so. I think that everything is like so sort of globalized. I think Reese's. But that's only from Ukrainians that have been to America and then come back here and they miss it. I miss Reese's too. Reese's. It's probably one of my favorite candies. So that's probably the thing that people ask for the most. Otherwise, it's like, can you bring me a laptop? You're like, come on, chill out. Alright guys, so we're nearing the end. We'll stay a couple minutes longer than anticipated, but we'll fill up our glasses. We're about to tap out. We're nearing the end. Let's finish strong. We can do it together. I believe in you. And if I believe in you, then you have to believe in you. It's like, what is it? Like the Dragon Ball Z. Give your power to Goku. We can all do this together. So guys, really, Jesus, wow, this is like so much time. This is way longer than I thought this would happen. And I wanted to do this with Lyosha, but fun fact about Lyosha, he passes out at 10 o'clock. Like, it's like some like circadian rhythm, sort of like biological drive that like knocks him out at 10 o'clock. So. Are you going to make a video about the Soviet cookbooks? I'd watch it for sure. Well, you missed the entire conversation about Soviet cookbooks. But yeah, So my idea for the Soviet cookbooks is to, like the books that we review, I would take the best of the books and then like the worst. Like I have like really trashy ones, awful ones. It's the like middle range sort of like boring cookbooks that I'm not going to talk about. But I think that I'll take like 15 cookbooks and like make a video about those. The ones that have like more visually interesting elements. So that's sort of what we're going to review. And the people here, they get sort of like more in-depth check. But dude, it's a fun avatar. What is that? Oh, and you got the Half-Life symbol. That's very cool. Like that. Friend supports Canadian serving Ukraine. That was a craft. Yes, craft dinner. Damn, I forgot about that. Craft dinner. Craft dinner. Yes, Canadians love craft dinner, and for Americans before it was peanut butter, but now you can get peanut butter in Ukraine. But that was something that I always asked for, was peanut butter. Reese's. Reese's and any incantation are fantastic. Yeah, a good mix of trashy and good. Yes. So it's not going to be specifically about the recipes. I think it's just going to be about like the construction of the books. So it's going to be about like the format, the form, the factor, like the quality of the construction, like how useful it would be to people. Because a lot of Soviet cookbooks, they're just like page after page after page after page of just like bullshit. Not to be gruff, but like just like nonsense. But some of these books are like very detailed. They have like a lot of in-depth information. The pictures are beautiful, so there's a lot more value that you can like gain from having them. So we're going to do sort of like a spectrum dive into like the high quality versus like the trash. I think people like the trash. Can confirm we love craft dinner in Canada. Yep. There is something so charming about like it feels almost like what an astronaut would eat. It feels like so overly synthetic that it's almost charming. It's kind of like Taco Bell. I don't know. Hard to explain. But I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. All right. Any last comments, questions, concerns? Anything else you would like to say before we bid adieu? All right, guys. I'm going to finish the rest of this beer. I hope that you have a little bit of something too. If you don't have something, grab it. It can be water. It can be cola. Whatever. How often do you get told that you look like John Goldman? Goldman. I get told that often enough, but I think he's a handsome guy, so I'm not like upset about it. I've been told that I look like John Candy as well, and John Candy is one of the like best humans that's ever lived, so I have no hate for that. So yeah, being told that I look like John Goodman or John Candy is, I think, a compliment, I suppose. And being compared to Anthony Bourdain is the highest compliment that I can ever get, because he is my literal idol. I love Anthony Bourdain. If I could do anything to be a tenth as revered as him, I would be thrilled. Like, that's sort of like the path that I'm trying to force here. And I feel like that it's maybe not working because I'm forcing it. But that's what I make the videos in his sort of like image. Like, I sort of like explore these niches and these weird things that maybe people aren't very curious about. And maybe that's why like video views aren't very high, when they want to see like schlock and like all this like weird stuff. So Bourdain is my spirit animal. John Goodman might look like him. John Candy is my soul. So any of the three of them, I have no offense to being called that I look like, act like, sound like, talk like, be like them. So, c'est la vie, mon chéri. You miss going through all the illustrations in Cookbook. Yeah, we're like several hours past that, but yeah. Thanks for doing that, Matt. Stay safe out there. Yep, I'm doing what I can. Do what I can. Enjoy the stout, bud. Absolutely. You guys enjoy yours as well. I just watched the VOD then. Yeah, it's quite long. God, it's like a Lord of the Rings director's cut at this point. Wraithward and Wraithguard minis, as well as paint some details on my character over the course of the stream. It was fun. Well, I'm so glad that you joined us. I hope that you are balls deep in the 40k. I was going to say like against the Imperium, but Wraithlords are Wraithlords against the Imperium or for the Imperium? It's heresy that I don't know. Make more videos of your travels in different countries like Anthony were doing. Yeah, well, it gets like a little bit costly to do, so staying in Ukraine for it now. Extreme quote. Yeah, one book has a stain quote on the Stalin. Yeah, Stalin quote on the front. Stream of this. Yeah. All right, guys. So, any other questions? I got 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. By the way, if anyone here is in Ukraine, let me know. Message me on Instagram, whatever. I would love to meet, hang out, have a beer, whenever. And I think that we should have like an annual meetup if anyone here would like that as well. So. The old books are fascinating. Alright guys, so I am going to finish my drink now. But I would like to thank all of you, as always. Thank you guys so much for joining. This was a little bit longer than I anticipated, but you were so engaged, and I enjoyed it so much that it literally flew by. I didn't even feel like the passage of time happened. So guys, thank you very much. I would like to do this much more often, either once a week or once a month. And I'd like to bring in some guests as well. So let me know what you'd like to hear about, what topics you're interested in. Send me a message. Let me know. Make a comment. But otherwise, thank you guys so much. Cheers. Have a good weekend. Have a good Friday. I love you. And as always, till next time. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy your Friday. Thanks so much for joining. This was a lot of fun. I hope you had fun, too. And catch me on the next one. Be safe. Peace.